one? Oh, somebody's coming in the door. Carrie.
Here she is.
All right, welcome to the Ware Finance Committee, January 22nd meeting, 2025. Let's start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so missing is John Verva, Maria, and Elizabeth Evans. Everybody got their handouts? All right, so tonight we're going to hear from Superintendent Coe with an update on the Ware School and John Stark School budgets. Welcome, Jackie.
I brought updated packets, and though they are what was presented at public hearing. And so, starting with the John Stark budget, there are not substantial changes from what we presented the last time we were here. The only thing in the follow-up was we had not reached an agreement, or it was not formal yet, with JSTA, which is the Teachers Association. And so, as you'll see on the warrant for John Stark, year one of that contract is $342,266, and the projection for year two is $335,041. That increase, it is a 6% increase on the grid per year. And so I'll entertain questions about the contract or about John Stark. I think so. Okay. Or about the John Stark budget.
Mike, there's two handouts here. So the default budget is lower than the proposed.
Not for John Stark.
Yeah, the default's
Yeah,
lower
yeah.
for John Stark.
Oh, the default, I'm sorry, yes. Yep,
Oh, did I
yep,
don't know if I said that.
apologize.
Okay.
Nope,
Default
it
is
was
lower.
me.
Okay. I'm sorry, I missed the hearing, but was there a cut to the bus route
No,
for that one this year? That's why the proposed is higher, because there was no, that change didn't occur.
that
for John
changed
Stark.
in where?
Right, just in
Yeah.
where, okay. Any questions? Well, she's here.
I'm on page 1 of public hearing, John Stark, function summary, January 16th. It's the third page, fourth page in from the top of the packet.
Okay.
Just want to make sure I understand this correctly. This is the proposed budget. Compared with the current budget, the increase is 2.33%. And the question is, am I reading this correctly?
Yes.
And is there a comparable percentage change in the associated tax rate, which would take into account the revenues?
I'm not sure your question.
The budgets are appropriations, but the tax rate is determined by appropriations minus revenue. And so, do you have, we probably can figure it out on our own, but it'd be nice to get an official one that shows what the percentage change will be in the tax rate based on the 2024 warrant article for the budget and any other specials compared with this year's proposed budget, so we know what the tax rate increase will be. If the budget is going up 2.3%.
Is there a revenue piece in the packet?
There is.
There is a revenue piece, but
That's the second page.
this is the only one I have.
No, well, I'm just telling you, you were talking about the rates are there. That's the start. Here's. Here was last year, 517. Yeah, 517, that was last year.
Yeah.
Proposed budget has 37 cents
So
per wear.
it's
So 554.
So,
Right.
yeah, that raises that to 554 this year, 554 from 517 last year, and then 18 cents for the teacher's contract.
6.7%. That's the difference.
And the difference on the default is like,
I got 7.2, let me make sure that we're doing this correctly. 554,
yeah,
517,
517.
517.
517 was the current year we're in, add 37 cents, you come up with 554 for the proposed budget.
Either I'm doing it wrong or my calculator is wrong, now I'm coming up with 5.2%. Does anyone have the accurate number?
Oh, the percent, what the percent?
I have 6.7.
Okay.
I'll tell you what it is.
554 divided by 517.
That's wild. That an acre and the wear is so different.
Are those the wrong numbers,
Based
Chris?
on the number of kids.
Hmm.
Two
The
towns.
37-cent increase?
Yes.
Yeah, 37 cents.
I'm getting 7.2 again.
I am also.
Okay, so even though the budget is going up 2.33%, the tax rate is going up 7.2%. Are those numbers accurate?
Yes.
Thank you.
2.33 is default to proposed.
2.33 is our expenditure increase. And so I think the point that Neil's trying to make is that you know,
Tax rate.
we do have decreasing revenues. And so the actual tax impact, there's not a correlation.
Right.
It's not a 2.33% increase to your taxes.
But
Yeah, the big thing is the state revenues, the big drop in state revenues.
Yes.
So that's where you go from like 2% in the budget to close to 7%, and then you've got another increase in healthcare premiums, 10%, whatever it is, 10 point,
Right.
da-da-da-da-da, yeah.
Other questions about John Stark?
One other question. The amount of revenue that you're forecasting will be left over from the current budget and in effect offset taxes. That was the $100,000.
100,000.
Is that realistic or conservative?
That is
Prudent.
prudent. We are not sitting, since the ESSER money is gone, we are not sitting on the same bottom line that we have been for the past years. So whereas we did 100,000 in years past, and that was a conservative number, this year, that is, the board's, pretty committed unless something extraordinary happens to having that be what we have on the bottom line, but
And you would be very surprised if that 100,000 went to 150 or 200.
I would be surprised at 200, yes.
150 maybe, but
I would say
at
that
Stark.
for sure on.
But where,
Stark,
less
there's a
so.
little bit more room, but not like previous years, but where I would be surprised.
And we don't get the full 100 out of Stark. We get about 70%.
That's true. That is true.
So if they get a little more wiggle room with Stark, you might see 100,000 for Ware.
And just for reference, $100,000 is 5 cents on the tax rate, as far as the projection goes.
Is Stark reserving any funds for that special
No.
fund? Okay.
Well,
Well, so the contingency fund, that's a decision that gets made later on. But up to 5% that can be retained. The conversation, they had a conversation specifically about contributing to trusts and determined that this was not a year to do that. I imagine the same conversation would hold true, but I can't speak for the board when we come to talking about the contingency fund in September.
That's when that decision is made, in September? It's not made around deliberative and budget
No,
time?
no.
when tax rates are being set.
Okay.
So that doesn't give the taxpayers any ability to weigh in on that.
We,
It is a conversation at the board
But
meeting.
it's too late. We can't vote on anything because the vote was done in March, or it's going to have to wait till the next March while they go ahead and decide whether they're going to feed that contingency fund or not.
deliberative session,
Yes.
they can change it.
But that,
Change what?
the contingency discussion doesn't happen until September.
Well,
No,
so there's already approval for the contingency, funding the contingency, and the board makes that decision if it is going to, at what level it's going to get funded.
Okay.
And that happens in public session, and it happens in September, leading up to tax rate setting.
See?
I think all you have to do, you have to have a public hearing on it, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah, and that's it.
If we were going to
Public hearing,
spend it,
but you don't have-
absolutely.
It's just a public hearing, and you still make the decision you want to make, based on the input from the public.
Yeah.
Yes.
Public doesn't vote on that.
Right.
No, but it's not factored into this, to
Yeah,
these
yeah,
calculations,
we
I think
don't-
is what you mean, right?
Right.
And I don't think they've, at least this last year they didn't, but I don't think they've tapped into that.
No.
Since they established it. I think it's stayed
Sure.
there.
No, yeah, they haven't
So-
much, but,
They established $350,000 the first year,
Yeah,
which is substantially less than the 5%, and they've held that number
Right.
since.
yeah.
Is this like the
Well,
fund?
well, Neil's been,
Oh,
sorry.
okay.
did the John Stark Board use any money from any of the reserve funds to reduce the expenditures that they're proposing in this budget?
No.
Thank you.
At the last school board meeting, Neil brought up the question of what kind of interest are we getting on these different funds that we have? Is the contingency fund for the high school, what is that invested in? What kind of percentage of return are we getting, or is that a whole, is that?
That's.
Yes.
So those funds stay within our budget as a revenue as the years go by. That there's not it's not like a trust where it's in a specific fund sitting off to the side. It's in our interest-bearing credit checking account. So it bears interest throughout the year in that checking account, pretty good interest. But it's not like in a separate account. That's not how the mechanism works. It's just held appropriation basically. But they continue, yeah, the trusts are in accounts through the town trustee, but
Right, which
this
is
account
something we've
stays
discussed
on our
and we have to
books.
look into.
Yeah, I actually did look into that, and as of the end of the year, our interest rate is up. So we got, you said 1.33%?
Yeah, we've moved to 1.33.
So, which is substantially more than the money we were getting before, so.
The rest of us are getting 4 and 5%.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the update. It's again substantially more than we were getting. But
This is equivalent of a checking account though, correct?
the two different things. So
Okay.
the trustee funds are managed by the trustee of the trust funds here at the town, and that's they're in investment accounts. It's a series of investment accounts. I don't.
You can put those in money market accounts, make 5% and take them out anytime you want.
Well, it sounds like it's something we ought to bring up to the trustees of the trust fund meeting to ask them about.
All of your accounts,
All of our trusts.
all of your trusts are managed by the Ware trustees,
Right.
and they're only making 1.3.
We were making less than that.
Need an investment
And
class.
and is that our share of the funds? Is that how it works, like Henniker would have for John Stark?
Oddly, no. All of Starks are on the Ware side.
Oh.
I've never got the answer of why that is, but it's
School is actually in where, maybe?
yeah.
Oh, okay.
But that's the only thing I go through the Henniker trustee is for Henniker School District.
Okay,
Thank you.
so make a point of that.
One other question for
Sure.
Jackie. In the Ware school budget, one of the reasons you said that the Ware school budget was below the default budget was that you wanted to make sure the bus contract would be approved by the voters if they voted for the default, for the proposed budget, and that would have a substantial savings for you in the future. Are there any such contracts in the Stark proposed budget?
Yes, the transportation contract is also in the Stark budget. There are less routes, we have less room within the Stark budget we didn't have the ability to reduce. We also weren't looking at a $800,000 increase overall. And so, part of why we came to the decision was not to make it below the default, the proposed below the default. It was, the board heard very loud and clear, we'd like to reduce the overall budget. And that was one of the ways we were able to do that.
Let's talk about the Stark budget.
Yep.
How much is the increase in the bus contract?
That is, I went over that last time. It is,
31,345 in year one.
You run that through one more time?
$31,345.
In the first year.
Thank you.
And the second, third, and fourth years?
So it's 15,246 in year 2.
This is the additional.
yes.
Correct.
Yeah. So 332 in year 2, it's going to be 347. 15 being the additional.
Yep.
Oh, okay? Gotcha. $16,085 in year 3.
So if the default budget is adopted, then next year you'll have to find $332,000.
No. So the amount that is currently in the transportation budget is in the default. The additional cost of the contract, that increase of $30,000 next year, is what goes into the proposed,
Yeah.
Oh, the 332 is the basic?
is the
Yeah.
basic.
That's in the-
So you
That's
don't get to
already in
save
the
all of that
default.
by
Okay.
tanking
You'll have
our,
to find 31,345 from somewhere else to pay for the extra.
But they already have 332
Yeah.
in the default.
Yes,
Yes,
So we're only talking a small amount of money relatively speaking,
right.
correct.
unlike Ware.
Yeah,
although that compounds, if the
It's 15
next
plus
year,
16
we were
plus,
at 45,000.
Okay,
And where is in the 40s, I believe. I don't have that in front of me, but
I'll be asking that shortly.
gotcha. I'll go to that slideshow.
that's in the presentation, I think, right? There's a table that has year 1 through 5. It's kind of towards the back if you have it.
And I also,
I have a copy if you want, or it might be in here.
and I think we talked,
No. Any Neil, you're all set?
I'm all set.
You're all set. Lori, you good? Anybody else? Before we move on,
All right.
can you pass this down to Neil? That's the where numbers, so you, assuming they haven't changed.
So I updated the overview I provided last time for the where budget because we are down from what we presented. I mentioned we were making the sausage and coming kind of mid-process. And so want to highlight in blue is what I presented at public hearing and going through those changes. So we've got the increase overall for our proposed is at $838,347, and the increase in the default is at $858,801. And so it is a slight, the default is slightly higher than the proposed. Where that comes from, we cut $195,000 from the salary line from the budget we brought you last time. There were 2 positions that had come from the kindergarten warrant a few years ago that we never filled, and so we took those out of this budget. And we had proposed 2 additional paraeducators, and we pared that down, made sure we were following IEPs and tried to see where we could combine, and so we were able to do that. So that, lowered that salary line, and then it also lowered the related benefits in the next object. That's the bulk of the decreases, but if you turn to the next page, their purchase services, that was almost $50,000 negative. It is now $124,381. That is because the board voted to cut one of the routes. We had 10 routes for our transportation contract, and they cut one of them, bringing it to 11. I had a conversation about the impact of that. We are currently down a driver, and so have been operating, know we can do it. You've driven by Center Woods during drop-off or pickup, so there is a little bit of a cost to that, but given where our budget was at, understanding where the revenues are at, decided they made that cut. And so that means it offsets the increase that we're bringing that Chris is going to talk about with the transportation contract. Cutting, it's $75,499 is the cost of a route. So that got cut. And so our increase in transportation is $12,000, almost $13,000. We cut from the supply line, and that, we had some increases. Some of them were new. Any new increases were never in the default, and so that didn't impact the default. But anything that we cut that was already in the default comes out of the proposed, but not the default. And then we had under property, we had the scrubber. I think we had some conversation about our auto scrubber. And so we took that out of the budget. And so that brought that line into the negative. So that's the work we did between the time we saw you and public hearing.
I
Questions?
got a question about the other purchase services.
Yes.
Takes me a little bit sometimes to catch up. That's an increase of 124,000.
Decrease.
Oh, sorry, that's in parentheses. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. In all these cases, you have a new number in blue that is a new number, which is typically lower than the original number.
All of them are cuts.
That one used to be 48,882, and now it's 124,381.
It's actually,
Let me make sure I understand this.
So it was 48, it was a decrease of 48,882. It's now a decrease of 124,000. That 75,000 is the route, which brings our overall increase
Okay.
in the proposed, like it offsets the increase we're gonna see in the first year of the transportation contract, all but $13,000.
Okay.
Okay, so it's an
I was trying to-
overall decrease.
Yeah, trying to present too much in.
That's okay. So like supplies in the next one, that went
Yes.
from 3771 down to 2953.
Yeah,
This one went from a cut of 4882 to a cut of 124.
Yes.
Okay, got it. That makes sense now, but it didn't at first. I got you.
Negative.
So that 75,499 is most of that difference.
yes,
It's actually
All
more,
of
and
it.
then you add back 12,995 for the.
yeah.
It seemed like a pretty good increase in the transportation contract. Is this just fuel and expenses, or it was the same vendor? The
Yeah.
prices just went up that much?
And they have been wanting to increase, but we were locked in, and actually, the increases before were 8.5%. That's what we were seeing increases each year. And this, after the first year, it's a 10.7, 10.8.
10.82.
Then it goes
Per
down
And then
year?
it,
No,
no,
first
first
First year.
year, and then it goes down to
5
5%.
something, yeah.
This is much, much better than the other bid we got.
Okay, and how, are we locked in again?
It'll be a 5-year if,
5-year.
if we get our proposed. Yes.
On this increase.
Yes.
What proportion of that is fuel? Because fuel's actually going down.
Right.
So I want to know what kind of increase they're doing on the fuel, knowing that fuel is going down.
Right, and we didn't get charged for fuel for the 4 electric buses. And so that was a surcharge that wasn't part of it.
But do we get charged?
No.
For the electricity on those electric buses?
They,
We're not using the electric bus.
for this contract, they did not build in fuel for those buses, and they also didn't increase what they would have done for electric. The way that the bid works, though, they don't break it down and tell us this is fuel, this is labor, this is this. It's just one number.
But you can actually get that.
I could. I hadn't asked for it to this point.
We did some, we asked for a number of things, and that wasn't one of them.
Yeah, the electric buses is something
That'll
we
be
asked
next
for.
year's question.
Well, it's a 5-year, if it passes 5-year.
Yeah.
So Henniker is getting the electric buses.
No, they're both of our, and it's a shared cost savings. We bill back the total, billed back to the district by usage.
But even if Henniker routes got the buses, Ware still gets the benefit of the
Yes,
lower
yes.
costs.
Yes, and they're not Henniker buses. They say SAU 24 on the side. We only have been using them in Henniker because they have shorter routes, and we're, experimenting with them a little bit.
Do you intend to use them in Ware?
I'm sure they'll be used in Ware at some point.
I think they went to Henniker because they're shorter routes.
They're shorter routes.
Right, just more efficient for an electric.
As we were, we were working out bugs in them, and there really haven't been, so,
Yeah, they're learning.
So it's an SAU contract.
yes.
Negotiation, SAU asset, and then the routes between the two districts
Yes,
get a portion, basically, the cost.
Yeah, regular transportation is one per day rate. So it goes to Henniker, it goes to Ware.
Let's talk about the bus contract for Ware. You can enter into any contract you wish for as long as you wish, and the voters don't have to approve. If you can enter into an employment contract with anyone, you can enter into a bus contract with anyone, you can do it for 3 years or 5 years, whatever you wish. You're liable for it. Okay. Whether or not that would be included in the default budget is a different question. So you've got a bus contract,
Yeah.
regardless of whether the default or the
Yes.
proposed
Yes.
goes forward, you've got a bus
Contract.
contract.
Right.
Yeah.
My question is, if the default goes forward, how much money each year will you have to find or reduce your budget?
So next year, we would have to find the increase of 12,955
Yep.
for this year, as well as the increase of 45,124.
For which year?
Year two.
Second year.
Year one is?
Year one is
26.
12,955,
That's in this budget,
correct.
okay. Year two,
45,124,
okay. Three,
47,619,
yep,
50,233,
yep.
and then last is 52,985.
985?
985.
So, if voters prefer the default budget, you will face additional pressure to raise this extra 50,000 on average a year, either by reducing expenses or putting in for a higher budget.
I would say that's correct.
Okay, thank you. And then, just so we get the bottom line numbers, according to this sheet, the proposed budget is a 4.4% increase. Is that correct?
Yep.
I'm looking at the first page of Ware School District proposed budget overview.
4.2.
Oh,
The default is 4.4. The budget is
Sorry,
4.2.
4.2, thank you.
4.27.
4.27. But the tax rate increase is 13.3%. The proposed is 982, and the current rate is 867.
And that's also due to the similar revenue
Clearly,
loss.
the difference is the revenue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the only other thing that's peculiar to Ware is you got the second year of the teacher's contract. That's a big driver, as well as the,
On the expense side.
yeah.
But that's part of the 4.27%.
yes.
That's already, the teacher's contract is included in the proposed 26 budget,
Yeah,
the extra 400,000. So when
Yeah.
they say the budget has a 4.27% increase, that includes the teacher's money.
it does, it does. But I'm saying, if you're wondering why the tax rate is,
Oh, yeah.
that's what I'm saying, that the 13% on the tax rate, you gotta take that into consideration.
And that reflects 2 years' worth of salary increases, the 900,000 or whatever it was in year one, plus the
Well,
300,000 in year two.
No, because last year's tax rate included the first year of the contract, once the tax rate was established.
Fair enough, that's true too. Okay.
Any other questions?
You know, usually you guys come and bring us some good news.
I know. Well, I,
Fair enough, you were hit by,
Unfortunately, inadequacy, we're gonna give you bad news every 2 years, and unless things change.
Okay, just add one question on the teacher's contract for Stark, and I think I know I asked this but for the benefit of the committee. The number of teachers you've lost in the last 2 years has been 6 and 5, or 5 and 6, whatever it was, that have rotated out, is what I think,
okay. We're,
Retention, is that it?
retention.
Oh,
I mean, how many?
I was like,
No,
we've had
I'm saying
some,
the number of teachers you're losing at the high school level are not close to what they have been before they had the teacher's contract.
in Ware. You're right. We are very much struggling within math and
Math and
science.
Like everybody, yeah. And the second,
Sorry.
the contract says 6% on the grid.
Yes.
Each year, but if you have a teacher who is step, let's say the individual now, not the position, so that teacher's making X amount of dollars here, but next year they
They
move
move up the grid.
They move up a step,
Yep,
and
yes.
so it's like a double, it's like a
Yeah.
12%.
No,
No,
no.
they move up a step, but the step is,
It's a smaller increase. Average increases. Toggling between districts here, Bill.
I threw it
That's
back
okay.
in.
No, it's
Stark or Ware?
No,
Stark.
Teacher's contract for
teacher's
Stark.
contract.
The average increase, thank you. is 6.7% average increase year one and 6.82 year two.
That's Stark?
That's Stark.
All right.
The steps on the grid, there's very small increases. A number of years ago, they expanded the grid, and
Okay,
so
I
it's a
got you.
20-step
I got
grid.
you, yeah.
And so
You know
it's
what
a s-
happened, I was thinking that the support staff contract and where it's locked in was dollar by dollar, so that you get that double, okay.
I mean, there is an increase.
Yeah, yeah.
But
But
it's,
it's not like, okay,
yes.
I understand now.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Why such a large increase when inflation is only 2.5%, 3%?
We are well behind our neighbors, and we are actually slightly behind where, we're behind where, no, are behind where. And so we're gonna start losing people. So 6%, it's a negotiation, and, the numbers that we were looking at, John Stark teachers are below the average on every measure.
The average was 6.7, 6.8. What's the high mark? Like, somebody's getting a higher increase than that.
It's a
What-
fairly consistent increase for everyone. It's about $4,000.
So what are they making hourly?
I do not know the hourly.
What's the average dollar salary?
It is 61.
61.
That's $30 an hour on a 2,000, on a 2,000-hour year.
That's a lot of money.
Have you
Look
checked
at
with your
Bedford
plumber?
schools. Yeah, but look at Bedford schools. You'll find out that they roll out teachers, they're not worried about keeping teachers, and they pay less on their contracts. Go study Bedford.
Really?
Yeah,
I'll have to look
I
at
had a
that.
visit with them today.
Contract,
I disagree with you on that.
contract
They do care
teachers
very
or
much about their
full-time
teachers. New contracts
teachers.
coming up. Cares very
Because
much
I was
about
with their
teachers.
budget committee also today.
Well, that's not who negotiates the contracts.
Could you give us the same information? Well, now we're gonna flip back to where, I'm sorry.
Okay.
We didn't really talk about the
Keeping me on my
where,
toes.
Well, actually, it's a support staff contract, so
Okay.
could you give us similar?
Look at you. Thank you.
There's no percentages on it.
Oh, I have those, I think, in here.
Or break it down for us somehow?
Yep, yeah, I think we reviewed this at public hearing.
That's the same, it's not on there, no percents.
The average increase for paras in year one is 2,500, and the projected increase for the following year is 1,887.
And what do they make per year, or hourly, however that works?
Hourly, do we have that average?
I think we just looked at it. It's
Yeah,
in my
I
head.
know.
Let's see what it
I'll have to
is.
get back to you on
Okay,
that.
that would help.
We have it.
So this is just educational support staff?
Yes.
Which
Because I
is,
thought you said it was going up to $18 or $19.
So the para two, which most of our paras are on, that grid will go between, there's a dollar increase, and so it'll go, $17. Yeah, let me pull up the exact numbers.
'Cause I
We
thought went
negotiated
over
this.
And it's become a jumble.
Yeah, we negotiated, I'm getting my numbers mixed because we also did a support staff contract in Hennecker, and they're very similar. Can you pull up the, yeah. Oh,
Did you see that I sent out?
Oh, you have that, okay.
Do you want the spreadsheet or do you want the contract?
thank you. Okay, so we have, it's year one, between $17 an hour to $24.50 an hour, and then year two is 18 to $25.50. And it's a,
17 to 24 and 18 to 25? roughly?
2550 and 2450.
12-year span.
So about $30,000 a year?
25 and 50 a year, 1,734 a year, assuming they worked a 40-hour week.
Right.
50 weeks a year,
Average
which is not
hourly,
the case.
average hourly 21.34. In 2020.
This is one where the increases, if you look at percentages, the increases are gonna look big.
Right.
But you gotta also remember that you're competing with the McDonald's of the world and this and that. So a dollar increase doesn't sound like a lot, but when your pay rate is, you're looking at 16s, 17s, 18s, and low 20s, it's sort of like a roundup number. Okay, 50 cents for the pair of ones, $1 for the pair of twos. But on that one, when you look at you go up a step on the grid and you go up
Yes.
$1, you actually get two
Yes,
for one. So it makes the percentage look, ooh, we're getting a 13% increase. If you focus on percentage and not really the dollar amount
Right.
that they're getting, and they don't get benefits.
right, and that, thank you, because that is, I think, really key, because our neighbors do offer benefits, and so there's no retirement, and there's no health care.
Could you repeat the percentage increase?
We didn't say a percentage increase. Because we did $1 an hour on the grid.
Yeah, but you know what the cost is going to be, and you know what the cost is now.
Yes.
Chris is doing it.
That's why I bring them along.
And you did say, Jackie, that it was $1 an hour
Yes.
in year one and another $1 an hour in year two?
The grid goes up $1 an hour, but what Bill said, somebody moves, they move up a step and they move over on the grid. And so there are times when we only change one aspect, like we keep the same grid for 2 years, because we were trying to do more with the hourly rate. In effect, people get a $2 increase a year.
And the average base pay now is 17?
Yes.
I believe it's about 10%. I can't get this
Okay,
spreadsheet to get to percentages, but
so
On your phone.
basically a person earning 17 now, at the end of 2 years, would be earning 21? $2 a year additional,
Yep.
roughly.
Yep.
And they're only working and getting paid for 30 weeks a year? How many
They're
weeks?
180 days, 183 days, I believe.
Yeah, it's 26 weeks.
88.
position days 188.
That's 38 weeks.
The holidays are in that
Oh,
number.
okay, okay.
So I think it goes from 188 to 200 to 190 in this contract. Is that right? Or is that Henniker?
Do these folks get paid during holidays? If the
They-
school is closed for a week, do they get paid? Like
No.
Christmas?
They get paid for Christmas.
For the day?
For the day. They
But
do
not for
not
the
get
week.
paid for the week. This contract does have 2 additional holidays added in, because it is a pain point to not have, to have a week off where you're not working, and so we did, I think, add 2 holidays into that.
Do they get snow days?
They have to make up snow days. Either they are working, there are mandatory trainings that we have to do, so often they are either doing PD then or at the end of the year, or they're doing something at the end of the year. Or you don't have to make it up, you just don't get paid for the time.
And do they work 8-hour days, 6-hour days?
It is a 7.5. 7.5.
Isn't that longer than the teachers work?
No.
A teacher has to be there in the school building 7.5 hours.
Yes.
What's wrong with that?
I always thought that teachers were able to do a lot of their work at home and didn't have to stay as long after.
Oh, you like queued me up here. They do hours of work at home
No.
after the 7.5 hours.
Like everybody else does.
7 AM to 2 PM is 7 hours, so. Yeah. All right, good, so we covered the budgets and the contracts on both. Anybody have any additional questions on either? I think that's all that you can talk to us about. There's a petition article we're gonna discuss, but that's outside of your purview, I think.
Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thanks very much. It's coming to an end.
I'm glad you brought your calculator.
I gotta just figure out how to use it on my phone a little better.
Okay. So, as I see it, we've got 2 articles for where to discuss and recommend, or not recommend, either way, vote on it. 2 articles for John Stark, and then after that, we'll discuss whether we want to discuss Article 6 on the where warrant, which is a budget cap article, petition. We'll start with the ones that we know we can do, so. Anybody have any preference of John Stark or where first?
Let's do John Stark, it's shorter.
Anybody else care? Okay. So John Stark, budget, Article 3. I think what I'll do is, we'll make a motion and then we'll discuss. The motion will be to recommend an article, then we'll discuss, and we'll vote on that. What we did last year, just as a precursor, if the recommendation failed, we turned it around and made another motion to not recommend, a positive vote. And so if we don't recommend it, we'll flip it around and hopefully, one of the 2 will pass the committee. We got 8 members. Last year, we had a tie on the John Stark budget, 5-5, and we did not recommend, we had no recommendation, because we were missing an 11th member. Now we're missing a couple, so we're at an even number again, so just a precursor of what could happen. So I will entertain a motion to recommend Article 3 on the John Stark School District warrant, which is their proposed budget.
Motion to do that.
Okay, so moved. Anybody want to second it?
Second.
Okay. All right, discussion. Again, John Stark proposed budget.
Wow.
Everybody looks at me like I'm supposed to start this, or...
You usually do.
Well,
Let's just get some facts on the table.
Yep.
The Stark budget has a 2.33% increase in the budget, the appropriation, the amount of the budget. But the tax rate, because of revenue losses and lack of significant carryover general basic fund, is 7.2%. So whether the budget increase is something that's within their control, to some extent, the revenue is not. But it's still a 7.2% increase, where schools are in the same range in tax rate, so you're talking another 7-8%. And the town also is much higher in its increase, the percentage increase in the budget is much higher, is much lower than the percentage increase in taxes. So all 3 budgets, even though they may be, in somebody's view, reasonable, have a very significant higher tax impact than we have had in the past. So we're probably looking this year, basically, anything we do, at an 8% to 10% increase in taxes.
Right.
Now, that has to be said, that's today. At the end of the year, when the tax rate is set, other numbers will be coming in. For example, we will know that the selectmen have decided to use $350,000 of their unexpended fund balance to offset taxes, or not. We will know that Chris's $100,000 is really 95 or 145. So what we do at this time, I think to be consistent with what we've done in the past, is to operate on the numbers in front of us and not try to speculate on what's likely to happen in the future, although it is, we can keep this in the back of our mind, especially if we're prayerful people, that as in the past, enough additional revenue will come in so the tax rate impact will be lower than what we estimated and told voters in the booklet. So that's just background information, and this applies to Stark, to Ware, and the town.
And can I jump in for 1 second?
Please.
The spreadsheet that I have with everything on it, if everything passed, all budgets, all warrant articles, I come up with 12.28%. It was up a little bit from last week
Ouch.
because of the John Stark
An increase
numbers.
in the tax rate of 12%?
12.28, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
out of
that's
control.
over, because typically, year after year, it's usually comes in about 3 points lower than that.
Now tell us how much it would be if everything failed.
$5.84.
So
That's just 3 default budgets, no warrant articles, nothing.
let's call it 6 to 12, round numbers, easy to understand.
Yeah, I'd say more 4 to 10, but,
No, but the numbers that we have now,
well, based on exactly what we have, right?
Right.
No speculation.
no speculation, it's 6 to 12% tax rate increase.
6 to 12, yep.
I'm going to be very simple. I'm going for the default. I want to see cuts. The taxpayers have to take cuts. We've got a third of this town that operates on Social Security, and everything that everybody wants, those people are going to be suffering hard. They suffered last year, and there comes a point in time where you have to start being realistic. And I'm going default.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm
Go
going to
ahead.
jump in now.
Go ahead, Bill.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to support the Stark budget, because I think we're cutting hairs. I mean, we're 2-point-some% versus 2-point-some% on a proposed and a default. And Stark has historically managed the proposed budget. Each year they come in, they're usually
Couple
very
points.
well within reason, and this year they made an effort. They cut 2 positions at the high school level. They cut two of their positions, and they got a 2-point-some% increase, but that's also included in that is a $400 and some thousand out-of-district tuition for, I believe, special education related. And the proposed budget is also trying to keep, on the vocational side, out-of-district programs over in Concord. So they're trying to, I think, they've done a good job at trying to balance their costs with the benefits that they receive. So I'm supporting the Stark budget.
I second. I think they've done a very good job streamlining and working with revenue cuts, the health, it's not health insurance, and because they don't have
They don't
the mixing. But no, I think that they're still a little bit further behind, and we need to support the school district and, help them to do better, especially as they look forward to more revenue cuts.
It's true, Stark over the years has been very responsible in their budgeting. They've had 2-3% increases in their operating budget. Some years below the default. And the question, and to me, something that we need to understand, is that, to some extent, the revenue problem which is what is driving up the tax rate more perhaps than the spending problem, is beyond the control of the school district. If the state is giving Ware $694,000 less, taxpayers have to make that up. And even if they cut the budget by anything that you can imagine is reasonable, it wouldn't be by $700,000. You could do that, but you'd have to fire a number of employees. And based on what Bill and I were looking at, even if you eliminated, say, and we thought it could be done, 3 teaching positions, so that class size in the elementary school would go up from 18 to 22 or 23, you'd only be saving $300,000, assuming a teacher is roughly $100,000, salary plus benefits and so forth. And, you know, 75 to 80% of the cost of running a school is in personnel. So you can't cut books and reduce, or services like that, and reduce the budget to any significant extent. It's personnel. Best we could do was come up with 3 teaching positions. Now, we did not go through the detailed list of personnel to say there are some administrative positions that could be cut. I'm sure there are. But I don't know that we're in a position to do that. And frankly, I don't think the school board would be interested in doing anything like that. The school board is, and its predecessors and Ware, have been focused on socializing children.
So at the school board meeting, they have gone through the different strategic actions that they're looking at, and we have to trust our judgment, but, you know, also look at what they're doing, but they are keeping that for awareness, and they're trying to make cuts, and I think we owe to be supportive as they try to maximize their efficiencies. They did talk about other possibilities, like for teacher positions, if they wanted to streamline more, you know, maybe looking into Hennecker was, you know, discussed, but things take a while to get actions approved and in motion.
I just have one comment on something Neil said. The reduction of the state adequacy funding, I don't believe that it should fall 100% on the taxpayer. I think there has to be a balance between taxpayers have to pick up extra, but then it's just a reality that if we're getting less money, we have to find ways to cut something. You cannot go 100% on the taxpayer. A lot of taxpayers are not able to withstand the increases in the tax rate that we've seen in the past 4 years, 5 years, maybe longer. So I think we have to consider both when we're doing this. We can't just say it has to fall on the taxpayer. And I don't know if you intended that, Neil, but that's, you know, that's my
I'm saying
opinion.
that that's the fact. Just for some information on trends, these are operating budget numbers, not tax numbers for the past few years. Going from 17-18 up to 25-26, well, up to last year. 2.6% minus 1.1 plus 2.8 plus 1.1.
English, Neil.
These are the percentage
Increases
increases
year
in
to
the
year.
budget per year for the past 8 or 10 years.
Okay,
So in 17-18, it was a 2.6% increase over the prior year.
okay.
In 19, it was a decrease of 1.1%. In 20, it was an increase of 2.8%. In 21, it was an increase of 1.1%. In 21-22, pandemic, an increase of 6%. 22-23, an increase of 7.1%. 23-24, 3.5%. 24-25, 6.1%. And now we know it's, what was this year? It was a
That's a tax rate.
yeah, the budget is up 4.27%. Versus last year was up 6.6%. This is the budget, this is the appropriations, not the taxes. So we've had some years, starting in the in the 20s, where it's 67366. If you
So-
project that over time, rule of 72, your money doubles into the number of years that you can divide 72. So at 6% a year, their budget would double in 12 years.
Yes.
If they had 6% increases for 12 straight years, their budget would double. It's not 6 times,
The
but
quality of the school system is not taken into consideration of those numbers. When you have children that go to school and some classes are too hot, some are too cold, and there's not any consideration on the budget for HVAC improvements, you have to understand that there's other priorities and things that take into consideration. When your children come home and say that they have no idea who their school teacher is gonna be next year, and they have to wait until the start of the school year because there's not enough teachers to man the schools, you don't see that in the numbers. But when you start seeing things improve and you want things to stay, at least where we're at, I think that's very important to consider the quality of the schools.
Well, I think something else we have to consider, they've had increases. During the pandemic, most people had decreases in their incomes, but the schools went up. The parents get a tax break on their kids. The taxpayers who do not have children do not. So they're already investing more into those kids financially than the parents are. But you have a third of this town that's on fixed incomes. And they don't have more money coming in. And granted, I hear that the revenues from the state are decreasing. You cannot ask people who are not getting more money in their pockets to go broke for the schools or anything else. There has to be a shared decrease in expenses. It has to be responsible across the board, and I'm not seeing that responsibility coming from the school.
It's a tough time for everyone. The cost of real estate in Ware has doubled in the last 10 years. Incomes have not kept pace by any means. If we want to support, we got to figure out how to support each other. How do we support the schools and how do we support the taxpayers?
But so far, all we've done over the years, if Neil's information is correct, they've gotten increases, the taxpayers are decreasing. And that has to change. It has to be more balanced, which was what Tom was indicating. And I know there are people that think that the schools are the end-all be-all, and yes, children are important, education is important. However, if you don't have people to pay the taxes because they cannot financially handle that, that's not right. And when you have decrease in money, the schools have to learn to tighten their belts. That's part of it. Just like if you lose your job or your boss does not give you an increase, you have to learn to figure how to do with less. And I'm not seeing that. All I'm hearing is they want increases, and that has to stop.
let me offer some more general information which will inform the discussion on schools, but other things as well. In a paper published in 2023 by the Josiah Bartlett Foundation, which is a center, which is a conservative think tank, sort of like the conservative version of the New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute, which is a left wing. This is a right wing institute, so just so you know where their politics come from. From 2001 to 2019, the New Hampshire Public School District lost 29,946 students, roughly 30,000 students, but increased spending by an inflation-adjusted $937 million. In percentage terms, inflation-adjusted spending rose by 40%, while enrollment fell by 14%. A large portion of this increased spending went to hire new staff, while the number of students fell by 14%, staffing increased by 15%. as current spending rose by 74% and staffing levels by 15%, New Hampshire's National Assessment of Educational Progress reading and math scores fell by 4 points. Nationally, scores rose by 15. The big picture is that during the first two decades of this century, New Hampshire spent 40% more to educate 14% fewer students, and those students wound up doing slightly worse in reading and math.
So what's the score that they were judged on? What's the
The-
scoring?
New Hampshire's National Assessment of Education Progress Reading and Math Scores.
It's a national test
Okay.
they sample schools across the state,
Okay.
each year, different schools.
And that tells me a couple of things. First of all, the number of students is declining because population is declining, population is aging, and so forth. Putting that aside, we're spending a lot more money to educate fewer students, adjusted for inflation. Not clear why, except that there are a lot more administrative staff. Whether they're essential for special education purposes or some other federal mandate that requires us to do something, I don't know. The thing that really disturbs me about this is that our scores are going down. The whole point of education is not to have staff, not to have teachers. The point of education is for students to be intellectually challenged and for the students to achieve intellectual growth. And not just growth, but achieving a certain level of competence. And we're not doing that. Now, this is a finance committee, not an education committee, and that isn't in our bailiwick. And to some extent, it's not really relevant, but it's something I think we all should be aware of. And come the deliberative session, I think this may be something that gets talked about. In any event, that's background information. I'm sorry to take up your time to do this, but it's something that I thought was important. I think I'm going to vote in favor of the Stark proposed budget because even though there's a huge increase in taxes, that really is beyond the district's, the school board's ability to do anything about. And their budget at 2.33% is less than inflation. It's not an unreasonable budget. So I think I would support that. And we're talking only about Stark now, right, Tom?
Correct.
Yeah.
As a newbie, we're just deciding on $34,589 difference.
Yeah.
Is that correct? Proposed and
Yeah,
default.
Yep.
they're right.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about a really
It's a thin
small
margin.
difference.
Yep.
Is- And I'm almost hearing some philosophical reasons to vote for proposed or to vote for default. But the money amount, it seems really tiny. Just wanted, thanks, just wanted,
And it usually is with John Stark, it's pretty
Yeah.
close.
okay.
Whether it's up a certain percentage is a different question, but they're usually fairly close, 1 or 2%.
I want for the record to show that I agree with Neil on this one. We need to increase our test scores, and we do so by supporting the teachers and supporting the school board, and we need to help our teachers improve and play catch-up. I'm in favor of them.
Just so you know, spending money does not necessarily mean you get improved test scores.
True.
Yes, but I'm actually a new person to town. I've been here for like 8 years, and the number one reason why people talk to me and say they don't move to the town is the school districts and the test scores. So we need to increase that and get our test scores up, so that'll increase our town revenue as more people move in and share the tax burden.
So your house will go up in value?
It's already gone up.
No, there are houses literally sitting for sale now that are great houses, great pieces of land, that people are just simply not buying them. They can afford them, but they will not because of the test scores.
Really?
I can't tell you how many times I've tried to convince my friends and family to come and buy a nice house that's down the street from me for less than they'll pay in all the surrounding towns, ranches and Hooksett. You can buy a 2-story colonial in Ware for the same price, but they won't because the school districts and the test scores are so low and the school ratings are so low.
John Stark used to be a lot higher.
We need to work on that.
Okay.
That's actually what sold me on Ware.
I think we're ready for a vote.
Anybody have any other comments? No? Okay, so the motion, just to reiterate, is to vote to recommend the John Stark proposed budget, Article 3. All those in favor of recommending the proposed budget, say yes or aye.
Aye.
Okay. So that's 7 to 1?
I'm a definite no.
Okay. Okay, next Article 4, I'll entertain a motion for the committee to recommend Article 4, the John Stark District Teachers Association contract, which is a 2-year contract. Anybody want to make that motion?
So moved.
Jessica, anybody second?
So we're voting on the 145, 420.
Well, right now, we're trying to put a motion on the table so we
Okay.
can have discussion.
Yeah, this would be for the John Stark Teachers contract,
This is Article 4.
Article 4 on John Stark.
Thank you.
So Jessica moved, anybody second?
I'll second.
Okay, Carrie second. All right, discussion.
So the amount that we're voting on is 145,420?
No,
No.
Sorry, no.
Article 4,
Support staff, this one here.
Ah,
that's where.
I'm on the wrong one.
Yep,
Thank you.
Article 4, John Stark, it's the 342 this year and 335 next year. 2-year contract. And it was mentioned that the average increase was 6.7% this year and 6.82 next year. Most people are getting in that range of an increase. It's not a very wide window, it's pretty narrow as far as the range of increases. Fairly flat.
And if this doesn't pass, what happens to the second year of their contract?
First year, second year.
Just stays?
They just stay
They
where
stay
they're
at the
at.
same level for the
They
next,
don't even move up steps.
no, for the next 2 years. Correct? Until the next negotiation.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
Just the next negotiation would be the next year.
It would be the next following year?
Yeah.
You would pick it
Just
up?
keeps
Okay,
coming back.
you don't have to
right?
wait 2 years for that. Okay, got it. So it'd be 1 year.
Just a point of information. No matter what we do, this contract is likely to pass because it will receive overwhelming support in Henniker. And if Ware splits, even 1/3, 2/3, the contract will pass.
Right. We're voting on our recommendation, which will be included with a narrative, a short narrative paragraph that will go out into a mailer. Right? You've seen the mailers, so this is our recommendation. The voters will decide ultimately.
This
And
is
there's 2 towns across this article.
Last year, I think it was last year, we recommended against the Ware's teacher's contract because it was, what, 2-point-something million?
Yes.
It was 900-some
a lot.
thousand in year one, another, at the time, 300-some thousand in year two, but it turned out to be about
400,000.
because they didn't have as much rotation, I think. And so, basically, after 2 years, you're paying about,
An extra million, 3 or 4.
you're paying 2.2
Yeah,
Yeah.
or $2.3 million
Compounded.
more than what you were paying before the contract was.
So 900,000 twice plus 400.
Is it a 3-year contract?
Two.
900,000,
Yeah,
year two, another 400.
plus the 9, yeah.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So
Yep, yep, yep,
2.2.
I got it.
Yeah,
2.3.
So you're paying that but there have been some benefits out of that contract. I will say that, having attended some of the school board meetings, because it has allowed them to put square pegs in square holes, get the right teacher, teaching the right curriculum, fallen behind a year, 2 years behind in the subject matter, they can't come out and they can work with them one-on-one, which eventually, potentially, will have an impact on the test scores that you're targeting. So,
But we don't,
we'll see, we'll see. We'll
we
see.
don't know that that's actually going to
Well, you
happen.
can't know, you can't know right now. But you at least got a better shot at it than you had 2 years. And I didn't vote for that contract, but I'm saying that I'm seeing potentially some good that can come out of it, even though my wallet is a lot lighter.
So, the argument in favor of that contract was that where teachers were so far behind that we were losing teachers to other districts, we couldn't hire teachers and so forth, so we had to play catch-up. That's the same argument we're hearing here. The Stark teachers are behind behind Ware and neighboring towns where teachers might reasonably be, who lived in Ware might reasonably expect it to go. The net effect of this is that we have to pay average salaries against competing districts. And in the next contract, in 2 years, it's going to be another 6 or 7%, depending upon what they've done in Hopkinton, Dunbarton, maybe Concord, and Goffstown, Hillsborough, and so forth, Bedford. So we're going to be seeing increasing 6% budget increases. I didn't attend Stark hearings, so I really don't know how dire the situation is in Stark. Bill?
Well, that's why I asked how many teachers they've lost. And it's been 5 and 6 each of the last 2 years. Now, if this contract doesn't pass.
These are teachers who went elsewhere, not teachers who retired.
I don't know that. I didn't verify whether it was, but
They're not having a mass exodus.
they're not seeing the same rotation or departure turnover as you had in
In
the
where?
high schools. Now, that, I don't know, if the contract didn't pass, I don't know how many would leave. But the problem I have with this contract, at some point, it's 6.7%, 6.8% on the grid. It's always 6 point something, or it's never 3. And at some point, even when we talk about town raises, if it's another 5, I don't know what it was, what they discussed the other night, but if it's 5 again.
5.
I'm saying enough's enough. Well, let's get back, send a signal that says, let's work at 3 here. And on the teacher's contract, I come back to it, I say, what everybody's gotta realize is that the taxpayers are paying to support the foundation for the education system because the state is cutting back. We're still contributing to the overall education for the state's shortfall. So we're still a participant, and the teachers, everybody's in it together. We're putting the mortar into the foundation with that loss. And in the teachers, they do get something that the support staff doesn't get here. They have the benefits. They didn't give up anything in their benefit packages, I don't believe.
And so if costs went up,
So it went up 10-point-some%. So in effect, we are giving the teachers something, because we're saying we're still funding your benefits. So that, still getting something out of it. But I would have liked to seen not the consistent drip of 6% here, 6% there, whatever. And
Can I throw in one
so
first?
I don't support this. But in reality, the first thing you said is, in likelihood, it will probably pass. And that is therefore, when I look at the overall thing, amount of articles that we have,
That's
I'm
wrong.
building into my mindset on this, what's the overall impact gonna be? Even if I vote no, that one's gonna pass. So it affects how I vote on other things,
Right.
plow trucks.
It's an effective yes.
Yeah, things like that. So,
Let me,
that's my piece.
okay. Let me just throw in, I was gonna make that point, and I'll give it back to you, Lori, in a second. We have to also vote on all the Ware budget and articles, and if you add up the cost of all those, it comes up to, skimming up to where the cost of the John Stark proposed budget, all the town budget and articles. So,
Wait,
the budget or the teacher's contract?
no, I'm sorry, I'll say it again, all of the Ware articles, budget and additional warrant articles, come up to almost $5, and it's $5.54 for the John Stark proposed school budget that we just voted yes on. So I always, this is why I do this spreadsheet. I did it for myself, but I share it, is you gotta look at the big picture. If we say yes, yes, yes now, and then we get to the town and we're like, whoa, hold on, we're up to 9%. You gotta look at the whole picture and decide what is your priority for spending money, for your tax money. So I think if we look at one thing in isolation, it's a disservice, and that's why the spreadsheet's important. So just a reminder.
Going back to what you were talking about, increases in contracts. Their contracts have passed and passed and passed. They give us nothing back, and the test scores have continued to go down. So you can say, we're supporting the teachers, they get, whether the finance committee backs those raises or not, and the town votes them in, however that goes, the return on investment has been terrible, because the test scores are awful.
Wait a second. The information that I gave you was for the state as a whole.
Right?
I did not give you, and I do not know offhand, where Ware's or Stark's test scores are versus the state average, or how they're trending up or down or whatever. So I make it clear, I was talking about the state as a whole.
Right, but if you look at the contracts that we've gotten through the years, their contracts have generally passed. But if you look at their test scores, they've continued to be down. And if I give you money and your test scores continue to stay low, I'm not seeing any kind of improvement. There is absolutely no give and take in negotiations. There's absolutely zero. In no other forum, when you go and have a union contract, whether it's the police, the Teamsters, any other kind of company, there is a give and take. There is none. They ask, they get, there is no return.
You don't know that there's no give and take, you don't know what they asked for, and we don't know what the compromise was.
I did ask. There was no give and take. They wanted more, but they gave us nothing. And I asked.
I'm with Bill on this one. If this contract were 3%, I would support it.
Anybody else? Open discussion.
My experience in other towns that the teacher contract has not passed through the voters, and the teachers are at a flat rate, generally sets them back about 2 years compared to other districts. And so, for what it's worth, there's a good chance if the contract doesn't pass, you'll see greater departures in the staff. I mean, Bow pays more, Goffstown pays more,
And they have benefits.
and that's only one town away. If you go 2 towns, Concord pays a lot more. And there's everybody's on a teacher shortage. So there's a good chance other towns steal teachers. On the other hand, 6%'s a big bite for 3 years in a row, or 9, 6, and 6 is 2 years in a row for 6. But was there, last year was where? This year?
Last year, yeah.
Okay.
Yep,
Right.
every
Okay.
other, thankfully.
And like Tom said, we're gonna start saying yes, and things are gonna add up pretty quick.
We can always come back to.
We can,
Okay,
We say, whoa, Nelly.
all right.
That is a good point.
That was nothing definitive, I apologize, but I'm just trying to put the pieces together.
if the committee decides to open up another vote for an issue, we can go back to it. It's not an automatic, but neither way is an automatic. Should we call the question?
I think so.
Okay, so the open motion is for Article 4 for the committee to recommend the John Stark School District Teachers Association contract. All those in favor of recommending this contract, say, raise your hand, sorry. One,
I'll recommend it. Yep.
So how many are there of us? 8, right? All those opposed? Any okay, that's 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 6. 6, 1, 1 on recommending. I'm sorry. 1, 6, 1. 1 yes, 6 no, 1 abstain.
Now do we have to do the reverse?
Yeah.
Yes, so that motion did not carry. So now I will entertain a motion to not recommend Article 4, the John Stark School District Teachers Association contract.
Motion not to recommend da-da-da-da-da-da.
Second.
So moved is good. Jessica, second. Lori. Any other discussion on this? There can be, if anybody. Okay, hearing none, then all those in favor of not recommending the John Stark School Teacher contract, say yes.
Yes.
Or raise your hand, sorry. Still 6. All no? 1, abstain? 1. 6, 1, 1, opposite, okay. Okay, that motion carries to not recommend. 6 yes, 1 no, 1 abstain. That motion carries. Okay. So that's it for John Stark. We'll go to where? Okay. I guess I can make the motion. I don't think it matters.
John Stark is gone.
I think you could.
I could. All right. I'll make a motion to recommend the Ware School District proposed budget, which is Article 3 on the school warrant. I made the motion. Anybody want to second that?
Second.
Lori? Okay, discussion.
This is on their budget, right?
Article 3,
Okay, I'll start it off.
proposed budget.
Everybody knows I usually vote no on this stuff. But I will say, right, wrong, good or bad, they came in below the default. They heard that we want to hear reduced costs, and yes, it means we're going to have increase on the bus side in the following years. We're going to have that one way or the other. But they did listen and they did come in lower. And that's their job. So I'm a yes.
Excuse me one second. Carrie, did you have a comment or a question? I heard you and Bill talk. Okay.
No, I was just, I knew she abstained, I
Yep.
was trying to keep track of the votes.
Oh, you gotcha. Okay. Neil?
The reason why they lowered this was very simple. They want to make sure that this bus contract gets folded into the next year, 4 years default budget. That's the purpose of this. Let's be very clear about that. And they were open. I mean, I'm not telling you something that I've
Right.
determined. This is what was stated by the superintendent. That means they're locking in whatever the numbers were, forgotten, each year for the next so many years.
Yep. Yeah.
So, for the small difference between the default and the proposed is slightly less than default. We're guaranteeing, because we have approved the contract if this were to pass, that default budgets in the future would carry this extra cost for the bus contract. I'd like to put pressure on them to reduce the budget further. And so I'm going to be voting against the against the proposed budget, and in favor of the default budget, even though it's a few dollars more, because over the next 4 or 5 years, I believe this will force them to produce lower budgets, significantly lower budgets than they otherwise would.
Question?
Good.
When you say you want them to reduce the budget further, are you asking them to reduce this year's budget further, or is this going forward?
Going forward, next year, the default budget will not include whatever they said was for year 2 of the contract.
Okay,
Okay, that will not be in the default budget. So they'll have to put that into the proposed budget. There's an extra X thousand dollars that they've signed a contract for, so they have to pay, comes out of their bottom line. And so, unless they're going to say, disregard the cost of their budget, they've got to look for some other savings. So by voting for the default budget now, we put pressure on them in the future to reduce the expenditures in their budgets. And to me, I'm willing to pay a little bit more now for a larger benefit over the next 4 or 5 years.
So that does approve the bus contract, and the change was due to one route. And it was noted that children are spending over an hour on the bus route right now. So do we want children to spend more time on the buses to have better, save some tax
Not gonna
dollars?
change.
Sherry, regardless of which budget passes, that same bus contract will be in effect. It doesn't matter whether you vote for the default budget or the operating budget.
In the second year, they add about bus route, and that's for the increase.
Are you adding a bus route?
No, it's already there, they just cut it for the first year.
Right.
It could go back, or they could continue to keep it out. That bus route was just reduced because it was an excess route that has been in the budget,
Okay.
Is
and it
that
was
true?
cut. And-
It's not an excess bus route.
Well, it was, I'm sorry,
Bus route
that's the wrong word.
that the board chose to cut, understanding we were at a very high number. And I think the exact quote was, I'd like to just see the whole budget go down. What I said in the public hearing was it had the effect of putting the default below.
The proposed
Proposed
below
below
default.
the default.
Below
Yeah.
the default. That wasn't the intention. The intention was to find ways to keep lowering that budget, which we understood was very high. It did have, and because it is important, I was happy that it decreased that number. But we didn't go, we were looking for where we could cut. And it was an intentional decision by the board to decrease that rate.
And in year two, we get that route back, though, no?
May
We
or may not.
could.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't know.
The intention was that we're gonna go with 11 routes.
So I said the word excess, and that was the bad choice of words. I think what I heard in the public hearing was that it was a route that could be cut because it was
Okay.
not 100% utilized, I guess. I don't know
It
any
wasn't
other.
utilized, we haven't had a driver.
Haven't had a
Yeah,
driver.
driver.
And
Driver
that's
issue,
absolutely
yeah.
done.
Yeah.
We know we
Yep.
can do it, we know
You
what the
can-
implications are.
Yeah.
They're not great, but understanding where we are in the budget.
So.
Thank you.
So regardless of which budget passes, the bus contract is the same.
And that route could be included or excluded depending on the whim of the situation, right? Bill?
Yeah, I applaud that cuts have been made. That's what we want to see more of as we prepare budgets. However, I do think that there could be additional. Yeah, we're always looking for more, you know. But I look at it from that aspect of, and we've talked about, you know, even specifically some areas, but I don't want to belabor everybody with that. But I think that, I just think that more cuts could have been made, and without going into all the details. So therefore, and the proposed and default are very close anyway. Very close anyway. You know,
20,000.
we get into that. But looking at the long-range view, I agree that it has a perception, well, we're doing this, it got under, and that can get the bus contract through. I don't want to say that that's why it was done, because it just happened to fall that way, but it creates a perception that, oh. And I think I'll leave it. I think I'll leave it there.
I see this as an easy cut. I'd like to see harder cuts, some more.
That's, yeah.
This cost could come back to us, and the budget could get under the wire, and this cost could come back, so I think it was. Any other commentary, questions?
No noise from down there?
Hey, we're under default. We're headed in the right direction. How
one
often
way
do
of
we see
looking at it.
proposed under defaults?
Yeah.
For the short term.
Right. Okay, no other commentary? Okay, so the motion is for the committee to recommend Article 3, the Ware School District proposed budget. If you agree with recommending this, you will raise your hand. All those in
Can I have
favor?
something before you vote real quick?
Oh, Jim?
Will we be able to bring this back up to revote?
Yeah, yes, if the committee decides to, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think last year, we took a vote to open the issue again.
'Cause
and
I'm-
one of them, the committee said nope.
Yeah.
Another one, the committee said yes, and we voted on one of them, but not the other one.
Because I'm thinking after we go through all the town stuff, I might want to revisit some of this stuff.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yep. All right, so all those in favor of recommending as a committee the Ware School District proposed budget, raise your hand.
3.
3?
Make it 4.
Whoop, you're 4?
You're 4.
I told you I was 4.
Yeah, yeah, you can do that.
You need to listen.
So we're gonna
All
go
those
4-4,
opposed?
4-4.
Well, it could be an abstain. 4,
Yeah.
4. Oh, is there any abstention?
No. No, 4-4.
So it's 4-4, yeah. We're at 8 even.
Those even
One of the,
Motion does not
One-
carry.
one of the facts that we have to recognize is that 3 people were not here tonight.
Yeah.
And may very well be here at a meeting at which we revote. So the vote could come out very different. It's not going to be, likely not going to be the same 8 people voting
Could still change
in the
tonight.
future.
Well, assuming that a motion to open and revote passes.
Right.
I mean, this is all prelim.
Well,
No,
not a lot of time left.
Right, but I mean, we're going to go through the town warrant articles.
Oh,
and then
yes,
we're all
of
going to
course.
go
I
back
know.
and do battle with this again,
We will.
because that's what we always do.
Do some of it tonight, hopefully.
Yeah,
But it's hard
so I
without the
don't look
bigger
at it as
picture.
any of it's etched in stone. It's the first
Yep.
vote, but I foresee us going back and going, "Rah, rah, rah, rah,
But
rah."
did you hear what Jessica said? That there are 2 votes required in the future. One, should we reopen?
Correct,
And second, if that passes, a vote on the now
Correct.
reopened article.
correct.
So it's
The
not.
way we always do it.
Yes, but one of the ways I thought Tom said, different from what Jessica's saying, is that anybody could bring up any article in the future for a revote without the preliminary. But Jessica is now saying there should be a preliminary.
That's what we did
That's what
last
we
year.
did
Yeah,
last
that's what we
year.
did
I think
last
somebody
year.
can say they want to reopen, and then we would take a vote as a committee to determine if that's something we want to enter.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's that's a reasonable procedure.
Yeah,
In years past, there was no reconsideration option. They didn't do
oh, we did when
it.
we were on
Some did,
finance
some didn't.
committee.
Yeah, it has gone back and forth.
Correct.
Yeah, it's up to the committee. It's not my decision, but, yeah. I will, well, there was no recommendation there, right?
Right.
That did not pass. So I will, I guess, make a motion for the opposite. Sometimes things can change.
I think that's good.
I'll make a motion to not recommend the Ware School District proposed budget. If you are,
Motion.
oh, yep.
To whatever you.
I made the motion. You
Second.
can second. Yeah, I'll make it. So if you are in favor of not recommending the Ware School District proposed budget, raise your hand. Okay, and if you are in favor of recommending, same vote. Okay.
At least we're consistent.
I think last year we had one that somebody in between the 2 votes changed their mind, so.
Yeah, that's a good point.
If it didn't carry, I guess I'll open the other motion every time, so.
Yeah.
So, all right, so that is no recommendation right now. Let me stay that way. Let me just record that here. Okay. I'll make a motion to recommend the Ware School District Educational Support Staff Contract, which is Article 4 on the warrant. I made the motion.
Second.
Jessica? Discussion?
This is a 8% increase as well.
I don't know if percentages came up, did it?
I had
the
written down
perc-
about 10, but
Okay, I think that was an
It's,
estimate, right?
this is the one where the percentages can,
Be deceiving.
yes.
They're higher than the,
Yeah, because the wages are so relatively low that when you, I call it rounding up, you know, you get a buck per hour. And the first year, they would get, somebody who's on that grid would actually see a step increase and a dollar. So they would get a $2 an hour increase. And it comes out to where it's like in the double-digit increases in your salary. But you're still talking about, you know, in the high teens or low 20s at best on wages per hour. And the only other thing that the board members should look at also is these workers do not get benefits. And historically, before this contract they currently have, we were unable to hire
Hire.
a number of those positions, and they had to pay more to contract for those positions, because they had to have those positions. So I don't like the percentage increases, and I don't like to focus on the percentage, but because of the benefits, where they don't get the benefits, unlike the Stark contract, where I said, well, the teacher's still getting something, they're getting paid into their benefits packages, so they're getting something which isn't spending money, but it's there for their employment package. Unlike that, I still would support this contract, so we don't get back into the position that we were before.
yeah, I know we've had a lot of trouble hiring paras in the past.
Yep.
And you see it on the sign pretty consistently. And last year, there was a John Stark,
Support staff, yeah,
that was support staff, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
And they do have benefits with
They
the
do.
Stark support
Yep.
staff.
Why is there a difference between the schools?
It's two different school boards, two different
contracts.
contract negotiations,
Yeah,
whatever.
two districts,
Yep.
two boards. All part of the same SAU.
For a person earning $17 an hour, the first year would be an 11.8% increase, call it 12%. And it's obviously less if you're earning at the top of the scale, you're getting a $2 increase on a $25.
What's cost of living this year?
Social Security got 2.5.
Yeah, it's like 3
And we're
point.
looking at 11%.
Well, again, we're focusing on the percentages.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
Even though the low wages?
yeah. You decide what you're going to do in life.
But one of the questions is, are we having trouble retaining or hiring these folks?
Well, we were before before the current contract.
That's
Now, are we
correct.
still having?
That's the
I don't
question.
know.
The answer is yes.
Well, the current contract was for teachers. This is
Hires?
paras, right?
Paris.
Are you losing it to retirement or to other school districts?
What's the
So we're-
average?
Like, not McDonald's in particular, but another,
How many vacancies have we got?
Oh,
We do have some vacancies. We're in a better position than we were 2 years ago.
Is there an average number of years that paras stay? Is it like a 2-year turnover average, or?
It runs the gamut.
Okay.
You have people who are with us a long time, and then you have people who, for a variety of reasons, there's high.
do most of these folks live in town?
There's a big percentage who live in town.
And some of the paras choose to get more education and elevate from a 1 to a 2 level, right? That happens here.
Most do.
The ones that stay, yeah.
Okay.
Any other comments, questions on this one?
Jackie, are all the paras special education paras? Or do we have general education paras?
Almost entirely special ed paras. There are a handful at the younger grades who are in the kindergarten classroom.
Okay. And if you needed to fill those special ed para positions, because there wasn't a hire, you have to contract out.
We have had to do some contracting, we really try to keep that to a minimum, we're much lower than we had been.
Right.
And sometimes we have specialized, like there's specialized
Right.
needs and we do need to contract out.
What's the difference between a para and an interventionist?
Two different contracts, interventionists are within the teacher's contract.
And do they also deal with special education students, or?
We all deal, because special education students all our students, so yes.
But their primary function of both the interventionist and the para is to deal with special education?
No.
Paraeducator, for the most part, would be connected with a IEP and a special education student or students.
And the interventionist?
Intervention is cert tech.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Anybody else? No rush. Okay, so the open motion is to recommend as a committee the Ware School District educational support staff contract. If you are in favor of recommending this contract, raise your hand. Okay, that's 7. If you're not in favor, 1, and no abstentions. 7-1-0. That motion carries. Okay. On the back of the warrant article for Ware, there's Article 6. It's a petition warrant article. It's effectively a budget cap oriented. The committee, because there's a dollar value involved with it, I'll bring it up. We can decide if we want to take a stand on this or not. It's not a direct tax implication this year. It would be a future tax implication, but there is a dollar amount to it, so I bring it up. We don't have the petitioner here to ask questions of them, so makes it a little tricky. We can bring it up in our next meeting if we want to bring somebody in to explain it to us.
Which one is it, Tom?
Article
The last
6?
one?
Nope.
6.
Article 6,
That has the education maximum per student.
right. 5 and 7 don't have any dollar amount, so they're not, the other 2 petitions they're not in play because there's no tax implication now or in the future, not directly. This one is kind of a little bit of both, so.
Basically, this article says that the $24,000 figure, the $24,000 figure is a cap that in the future would be adjusted by 2 factors. Number 1, the rate of inflation, and they talk about which calculation of inflation. And number 2, the number of pupils. So if enrollment dropped and inflation went up, the cap would drop by students but go up by inflation and vice versa. This requires a 3/5 vote, and this is something the state legislature passed.
This is tied to an RSA that the state created.
This is not something that some individual or group of individuals decided they want to do. The state created this option.
And the school board did not support this, did not recommend this. But it still goes on the warrant anyways, regardless. Any petition does.
I like this. I've talked to several of the people up at the State House about this bill. I like accountability, and I like having parameters. So I like seeing more structure.
So if this cap were in effect and the school, and the the teacher's contract that was passed last year were proposed, couldn't go into effect.
If it came up in a future year, right,
Well, yeah,
after this. Right.
But, I mean, if this had been in effect then, that contract couldn't have passed.
Right.
Because it would have raised the spending above this cap.
And this 24,767, if I understand correctly, was the total proposed budget before the cut of the bus route,
Correct.
I think. Because this had to be submitted before the public hearing, but divided by the number of students that are in enrollment as of last October. So that's where that number comes from,
Just so you know.
the straight division of the two.
This is a different concept than what we typically get from the Department of Education.
Right.
They calculate a per pupil cost, leaving out things such as bonds and I think
Bus
a few
routes,
other thi- and
transportation.
So the figure for them might be 20, on average for the state, might be 21,000.
Right.
But this number includes every nickel that's spent, including the bus route, the transportation, the building, whatever it is that you spend. So for me, the question is this something the Finance Committee should take a position on? Regardless of how you might vote as an individual, is this something for the Finance Committee to consider?
Right.
More philosophical than budgeting.
Yeah, it doesn't affect this year's tax rate, so that's kind of our purview.
It would certainly affect every future year.
Future years, right. Right. Right, so that's why it's kind of in the middle. The other thing is, if this has to pass by
3/5.
60% of the majority of the school district,
That, it's not the school district, it's the people who come out to vote.
yeah, and it says school district in the warrant,
I think that's inaccurate,
yeah.
but
And then if folks don't like the 24,767, which is the number that would stand for, they would require another 60% majority in another warrant article in the future to change that number to 40,000 or whatever. Just pick a number, right? Is that true?
No, I think that number is, the calculation of the dollar amount is set by the statute. We couldn't put in $50,000 or $10,000.
Correct.
If you want to pass this kind of a cap, you have to use that number.
Okay.
And somebody has calculated, according to the state statute, what the dollar amount of that is.
What the calculation was, okay,
It's not something that's arbitrary.
okay. Well, I knew the number was not arbitrary, but, and it would increase by, the number of students would factor the number, it would be that times the number of students plus inflation, so the number would be different depending upon enrollment and inflation. But to change that baseline number of 24,767, that can't be changed, is what you're
Right.
saying? Okay,
If you do it next year, there would be another calculation, but it would be roughly the same. Here's the problem with this. And this is the argument over what does it really cost to educate a student, and is the educational funding, what do they call that, the EFAs? Freedom
But-
Education.
freedom
accounts.
accounts, yeah.
Does that really save anybody money? Think about the school. One new kid comes in the door. School gets an extra $5,000 or whatever it is from the state. What does it cost the school more to teach that one student? This is, in economics, the marginal cost.
Yep,
Almost nothing.
Toilet paper, disposable books, paper products, things like that, almost nothing. Okay? Now, what happens if the school district loses a student? One less student. You save on the toilet paper and the books, but do you save anything on the teachers? No. Class size is diminished slightly, but you couldn't eliminate a teacher. Even if the population went down by 30 or 40 students, which has happened to us in a year, do you think they're all going to be third graders? No, they're going to be spread out. So class size may go down, but you won't be able to dismiss a teacher, your big cost, until you get 18 third graders, which may take 5 years or 7 years. So as the school district, as the numbers decline, the school district is in a real bind because they can't cut teachers, which is the only thing that really saves money, because they still have to provide, maybe it goes down to 17 students per teacher or 16 students per teacher. You can't you probably can't shift those to all of the other classes. That's the problem. It's wonderful if the student population increases. It's a real problem for the school district is as the student population decreases slowly. Dramatic decrease, they can handle it, but a slow decrease puts enormous amount of pressure on the school district. 'Cause
Right.
they lose revenue from the state, and they can't raise it from the town. And their expenses don't go down.
Right, it's great if you lose 30 third graders in 1 year, but if they're spread out across 5 grades, then it becomes a challenge.
Right, 6 kids, okay, the teachers are teaching fewer. We have, what, 5 fifth grades, 5 third grades?
Oh, I don't know.
5 or 6?
We have a big, one big class.
Right.
If you use the example, big class, at the 8th grade, it's 120 of them moving on.
Right.
And that, they won't have that coming in the back door, probably.
No. And so, in any event, I really like the concept because it forces the school district to live within a limit. But I am very concerned that it would have a very adverse impact, I think, on the education, because I don't know what they would do to meet the requirements, since they still have to have the same number of teachers. And the revenue goes down. On the other hand, this has nothing to do with revenue. It only has to do with appropriations.
Right. Well, it would force hard cuts to be made,
Yes.
basically. It would be a sharp cut, you know, there'd be no choice, basically. We were talking about that earlier.
Be like, well, somebody's saying, you know, it's like if this was a budget committee and they told us, the SAU, here's the percentage increase you can have this year, go figure it out.
Right.
And come back in,
That's kind of what this does.
when I say go figure it out, here's the ceiling, you can commit to that, and whatever, but you got a ceiling, you got a cap on
Right.
it. And it forces them to maybe look harder at some of the cuts that I discussed earlier. But, on the other hand, you got some things that you can't control, like the healthcare percentage increases. And that's gonna, you got this ceiling here, and those things are growing faster towards it than
Faster than inflation.
inflation.
Yeah.
And I don't know how the special ed factor wired dumps into that one, as far as the impacts up and down by year to year, that can throw you into a.
So, we lose
So
10,
I don't know,
We
I don't
lose-
know enough about this. to
we
really-
lose 10 students. That means that the budget has to be cut by $250,000. But when you lose 10 students, you're losing, let's say, 5,000 times
50,000.
10, $50,000 from the state.
That's really 300.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell me if I'm wrong on this. So the school district and the taxpayers have a $300,000 problem.
There's rumors that this is a bill, I'm sorry, the rumors that there's a bill at the state level that's going to force
Yes.
this.
Yes.
The towns have the option right now. It may just happen anyways, so.
Yes.
Who knows what's going to happen, but.
But what it does force is things that we've brought up. You start putting insurance out to bid. You start going to where those accounts are and asking to have things better managed. It demands more accountability, and right now there is zero accountability.
You may be forced to increase the contribution rate of the employees that use insurance. That's another.
Correct.
there-
Just like
there's different.
regular companies do.
Correct. Or negotiating smaller
Yes.
pay contracts, salary contracts. Yep. No, those are all reasonable
Okay.
examples.
So where adopts this? Hopkinton, Goffstown, Francistown, Dunbarton don't. Even with special warrant articles, you can't increase the teachers' pay. And there's a mass migration to these other towns. I'm just speculating, I haven't
No,
really
it's
thought this through. I'm
probably
thinking out loud.
true.
Well, Neil,
What happens?
if we had a mass migration of students going to other towns,
No, teachers.
teachers going to other towns,
Right, because under the cap, it will be impossible to give the teachers the same kind of raises that were voted in last year. Okay?
Or other towns could do.
Right, and if other towns don't have this, over a period of a few years, where would be in the position then that it was a few years ago before this contract came in, where our salaries were significantly below competing towns, we had trouble filling positions, we had trouble retaining teachers.
Well, if you're a parent and you're that concerned about your children and your education, my parents moved us.
That's true too.
And they do have the ability to do that.
I guess what I'm saying is that I'm not in a position, I don't understand this well enough for me to vote on this. I have to abstain. That's number one, personally. I don't know, maybe the rest of you think that this is a philosophical proposal that the Finance Committee should take a position on. From my perspective, I'd like to pass it and not have the committee take a position on it. And that's largely because I don't know how I can vote on this. Because I don't understand the ramifications.
I have a question. I understand what you're saying, and I understand why you brought it up, but we are the Finance Committee, and we saw this coming. Now, I'm not attacking anybody, but I'm going to ask a very academic question. When you see something like this coming up, and because we are people who are interested in the financial direction of how things go in this town, I actually called people and found out about this bill. And I called the people who put it together, I called the Speaker of the House, I called our own people in this town, the state reps, and I met with people. I'm just curious as to when we see things like this, why nobody else is asking questions and doing a little homework on it. And I'm not attacking, it's just a question.
So I did a little bit of homework. This was brought forth by another town that was voted down. But just looking at the philosophical premise of what they're trying to do, I think it unnecessarily handicaps the budgeting. I think it might be interesting maybe to monitor how much we're spending dollars per unit or dollars per pupil, but I don't think that should be a hardened thing that we set. And, we have no idea what the future is going to look in 5 years. So I don't see how we can set a limit today and expect everything to be okay in the future. I think that's something that we can judge year by year and maybe track it and see how we're doing. Are we getting more effective in educating our students and youth? Or I think it would be interesting to track, but not a hard line.
Just so everybody knows, I signed the petition because I think it's important that the issue be brought up to town. But as I said, I really don't understand the ramifications of doing this well enough to either urge you to support it or not support it. And I just don't know how to vote on this.
Carrie, you referring to Kearsarge when you said another town?
I believe
Yeah.
so.
And as I understand it, it was a slightly different approach.
Okay.
It was more of a cut than it was a cap.
Yeah.
So, and there was like eight
I know it was a
eight towns in the
lower
district or
dollar.
something, I don't have the exact number, but in the SAU, but it was slightly different, but they did come at a, similar concept.
This would not be a cap for where? I mean, this is the actual number that we're spending now.
It's a
It's
cap,
not lowering anything.
it's a cap at that number plus
Right.
inflation over enrollment. You can't just say a cap. It's a cap with variables. It's a per student baseline. I guess that's probably a better word. Yeah, Kearsarge was a little different, so just to be clear. Okay, so I think I will make a motion that we take a position on Article 6 as a committee. All those in...
Second.
Second, okay. Just to take a vote and see how people feel. If you want to take a position on this, that will be another discussion. Say yes or raise your hand.
What are we voting on?
Whether you
Taking a
want to,
position.
Well, you want to take a position as a committee, whether this is in our,
Do you wanna
feel that
whether
this
we
is
want to take a position as a
worth
committee on
recommending
the-
or not. just one step before, you know.
Go ahead.
This is not a recommendation.
Yep.
Are you a yes?
No.
No, okay. So it's 4 opposed?
1, 2,
No,
Could I-
That's significant because the motion
Well-
loses.
Yeah,
Can I, because before you,
Yeah.
when you motioned, I was going to make a suggestion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I can, no, you're fine. And I should have said something sooner. I think because I don't know that, I think a lot of us were aware of this. I don't know that we were necessarily, I know you put it in an email, I think, to us, but I don't know that we've had a lot of time to kind of think about it from this standpoint. So I would like to make a motion that we table this till our meeting next week and revisit whether to take a position.
I would second that.
okay.
And do you want, if we know who the petitioner is, if they're willing to come in and give a dog and pony show on it?
oh,
So you would like me to withdraw my motion?
Well, it was already voted on.
Yeah, okay. What was the vote?
It's 4-4.
Nobody abstained? I didn't see your hands, I'm
I
sorry.
voted
The
for it,
the motion failed.
yeah.
There was no affirmative vote.
Correct.
No, but that means the motion failed. So
Right.
a new motion is on the floor,
New motion,
which is to take this subject up at a later date.
right.
I'll second that.
Now,
Um,
if we take curiosity, and I don't know if this is in or out of order, so you have to tell me, but if we're going to take it up at a later date, does that mean we need to bring somebody in to give us more information, so before we make a decision, we actually have some clues?
It's an
Or do
option.
we assume everybody's going to do homework? Because to make, part of our problem
Sure.
tonight is a lot of people just don't know.
I think we can invite the person in, but
Yeah.
I think just having time to think on it is going to be beneficial.
One of the problems is this is so new that if you started to Google it, you wouldn't get anything.
Correct.
If you,
ChatGPT.
if we invited the commissioner, if we invited Commissioner Edelblu in, I'm not sure that he could explain all of the ramifications.
Well, he might.
There,
It's an RSA, but,
and there was the school committee voted 4-1 no.
What-
And the school committee's right here. And maybe they can inform us why they took that
well,
position.
one member of the committee is here.
Yeah, and she can't speak for them.
Oh.
I can be, as a citizen,
The chair is
Oh,
here.
okay.
She
Yeah,
can't
okay.
It's
speak
not
for
fair
the
to,
board.
Oh, okay,
it's not fair to ask her
Sorry.
on behalf of the committee.
Yeah.
You
Just-
can't speak
sorry.
for the board?
no,
Can-
one
Do you
person,
want to?
No, she can't.
But we
Can you
can,
call
can't explain
Edelblut,
what
or
the
do you want
board
me
did?
to?
I can explain what I did.
Well, you voted 4-1, right? As the chairman of the board, you can't explain why you
I
didn't.
don't know why the other people voted the way.
Yeah,
they
she
did.
can't
I
speak
voted
for
the
them.
way I did.
Oh,
There was no discussion.
There was a little bit of discussion.
Yeah.
It was more, I think you're leading into it. There's not enough information on this to know what the ramifications are. That was my.
Left and down the stairs, all the way
If
down.
I could see this laid out in a way that could make sense. I would feel more comfortable on either way of the vote, but it was more of a vote of, I'm not sure what's gonna happen with it. So I don't wanna tie anyone's hands, because we also don't know, we started the school year thinking we were gonna get a certain amount back for special ed. We were told 3 months into the school year that it was reduced pretty dramatically. So there's a lot of things that we don't know.
And there are bills in the legislature to reverse that.
Yes,
Oh, I hope so.
yeah, there's
No,
all
there
kinds
are
of,
bills, whether
There
they pass or not.
there's a lot of moving pieces.
early.
So, just to be clear, the motion to take a position failed. It can be brought up at the next meeting. Somebody can say, I would like to reconsider that vote to not take a position. We can vote on that again, and if there's 3 more people here, we might get enough to take it up. So it's effectively tabled until the next meeting, unless somebody wants to vote right now again on that, but nobody's gonna.
But Jessica had a good point. Is there some way we can get more information about this?
That's a separate question, yeah.
I'm not trying to take anything from you,
No,
but
not taking anything from you.
I talk to Frank fairly frequently. I can put a call into him and see if he could come.
Or maybe he has one of his staff.
Yes,
who
but bring somebody in
understands
who
this.
actually knows this, as opposed to us just, floundering around, and that's nothing against anybody, but obviously, they're proposing this, so it'd be nicer to get a little more information if that's okay with you.
I mean, if it's up to the committee, it's not my decision ultimately. I mean, if nobody has any problems with that,
It would have to be a controlled briefing,
Yes,
though.
yes.
A brief briefing, because we
Right.
we have a lot of
we
other
don't want to
issues.
tie up the
Yeah,
whole
well,
next
and they don't
meeting
like-
with that subject.
That group doesn't like to live in other people's spaces anyway, so they're pretty good about getting their stuff
I would
done.
only expect factual
Yes,
knowledge on their part, if, not a lot of speculation.
Correct.
They could play out scenarios, but I wouldn't want a biased opinion. We want factual.
Yes.
That's my only requirement, I think.
yes.
Is that it's
Only
fair.
things that they're sure of, and everything else stays out of the way.
Right, yeah.
Yes,
And if they can't come, could they send us some sort of a letter?
yes.
Or, yeah, if they have a paper or something like
Points
that.
bulletin, something that we can work
Sure,
with, yes.
yeah.
And not just how it works, but what are the ramifications?
Correct.
What happens in 3 years when you want to have a big teacher's contract? You can't.
Yep,
Or
and I
can
will
you?
probably make a call to you tomorrow in the
Okay.
afternoon to make a list of questions, but I will happily do that because I'd like to all be a little more aware.
Unless anybody has a problem with that and would like to discuss it, then that's fine, see what they can provide. I know who submitted this, I can invite them. Does anybody have a problem with offering an invite for the person who
No, I think that's great.
submitted it, if they choose
I-
to?
Don't know whether she can answer the kinds of questions we have.
Mhm.
You need to check to make sure that she feels comfortable in doing that.
I would imagine she wouldn't come if she couldn't. Yeah, I mean, I can
I don't want
offer
to
it.
embarrass anyone.
Sure, and if they choose to submit something in writing, would that be acceptable for us to review? Good or bad, whether it's meaningful or not?
As long as it's factual and.
Factual, same thing, yeah.
And it's the ramifications, not just how it operates.
Right.
Right, we know how it operates pretty well, I think. All right, I didn't write down where support we've voted, the where support contract. 710, right?
7-1.
Recommend.
Yep, I didn't write that down, I didn't want to lose track of that, sorry. Okay, no, Naomi just left, I was gonna ask her. Okay, so as far as school articles go, that's everything, I believe. I have two comments that I'd like to make. If, it's just personal opinion, has nothing to do with any articles that we voted on, but for the record, Article 5 is a petition article asking to require that the tax impact be added to the school warrant. And the school board voted against that, which personally, I didn't like that outcome. John Stark board voted
For it,
for it.
Yeah.
yes, unanimously.
Yes, 5-0. So I'm not sure why, and I'm not gonna get into it, because it's not a finance committee article, but I noticed that, and I was disappointed in that vote. So, that's that. All right. So, administrative question, we're meeting next Tuesday, the 28th, and we're not done now, unfortunately. But Jessica brought up a good idea that, should we book Wednesday night, the 29th,
Yes.
back-to-back sessions in case, we're probably gonna need it. We're gonna wanna finalize language, and we just don't have time. I mean, that Saturday is the deliberative. We have to have language so that I can go up to the microphone and read our opinion to the body on each article. I'm feeling pretty confident that Bill's gonna come up with language for the schools, but
Look at his eyes.
we haven't even talked about any town
I
articles
thought
yet.
Neil was gonna do that for me this
Oh,
year.
Neil, okay, sorry. So, anyhow,
Yeah, I've been writing down pros and cons.
No, I think that's a very good idea.
Naomi, can we have Wednesday night, the 29th, that I rejected earlier? We can have it?
6 o'clock also?
Yeah, I would say unless anybody has a problem with that. But, we're gonna need more time to finish language on recommendations, so, we'll take the extra night. So, we're on for the 28th and the 29th. which is Tuesday, Wednesday, 6 o'clock. Hopefully, everybody here can make it. I know it's a last-minute change, so we'll see. We may get Maria back, and John, had a conflict tonight. Okay. Gonna grab the town warrant now, and did everybody get a book? Everybody, I think Naomi handed out ones to people that didn't have them. Thank you for your time tonight. Appreciate it, coming back a second time. You wanna come back next week? We're here.
Both nights.
So yeah, that deliberative session is just 3 days after that Wednesday night, so we're gonna need it. All right. So the back of the book has the warrant, the language. I'll make a motion that we, as a committee, choose to recommend, I'm gonna skip to Article 3 first. Let's talk about the budget, if you don't mind. I don't know why Article 2 is ahead of Article 3. It doesn't usually happen that way, but if nobody has a problem, I'll go right to Article 3, the budget. Make a motion that as a committee, we recommend the Ware Town proposed budget.
I'm still working on,
Anybody want to second that?
Second.
Okay. Me and Neil. All right, discussion.
Article 4. Where are you that you're looking at?
So
the
I'm in the
budget?
back of the book,
Right here. This is
Uh,
Article 3.
second,
Page
third,
24.
page 24, they got page numbers.
Here's the
This book, Lori.
dollar amount.
Page 24.
Oh, because mine doesn't have a dollar amount, so
Yeah,
I
mine
was.
doesn't
Right,
have a
right.
dollar.
So,
No, they don't have dollar amounts in there. I think when they printed this, I think there's still,
Notes from the selectmen
Yep.
meeting, so
Yep, me
we're
too.
at 9,149,089.
yep. The reason why there's, and Naomi, correct me if I'm wrong, there's
Thank
still
you.
there was one open contract at the time of, yeah, I did it last night, so this was printed.
There was a
this
few
was printed before
changes
that.
too,
Yep.
that we can go over.
Right,
Do we have the numbers that go in here?
Not in the table, but the overall.
I listened
Yes.
to it, I didn't take notes on it.
Yep, I have it all marked up.
And it's 2.4% higher than the default,
default,
correct?
2.45. It's a $3.89 tax rate for the proposed budget.
I'm looking at numbers here, I only see one number.
Yeah, I only have the top
So on
number.
page 5, there's a summary of the proposed budget. No, they changed again? Or they weren't complete?
This is for Article 3, you have the two numbers for us?
Yep, proposed is 9,148,914. proposed.
914.
148,
9,148,914.
Thank you.
That's before you have the estimated revenues.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
The default is 89,27570.
2757. Oh, so there's no.
Which looks like a
9.
2.48%
It's
increase.
about 230,000 difference.
Sounds about right, yeah. 221,344.
So the
point-
percentage on that is what?
4.8.
2.48.
And is there a finalized revenue number? Naomi?
4,061,4061,090. I think that's still in the book.
Could we have that again, please?
4,061,090. I thought that didn't
It's on-
change. from
That's
the-
on page
yeah,
2,
That's on
okay.
page 2. That didn't
Yeah.
change.
It's estimated, but that's what it is.
Mhm.
Yeah, there's gonna be some other funds coming in later in the year that you can't possibly speculate on right now, right?
No,
Those
no, we
last-
went conservative, as I explained Monday night. We could inflate the other way and make it look pretty, but then when you get your final numbers and they're less than what you said you were gonna, it's not really fair. I mean, look at you guys you guys recommended it based on your vote last year was what, 11%, it only ended up being 8.2,
Right.
because revenue came in that much higher. So we revisit the revenue when we look at the tax rate in October to November. Because then we look at actuals.
Do you have is the tax impact still 389 for the
Yes.
proposed?
Yes.
And 372 default?
Sounds,
It's $3.72 in here.
$3.72.
Yeah, if the other one's the same, then that one should
Yep.
be.
The
Yep.
proposed.
389 versus 372.
Correct,
Okay.
17 cents.
And the town is working off of a default budget right now?
Correct, we're working off 23's numbers.
Yep. So I'll put that out there, as there's a default budget this year. The default to proposed is 2.48%. The current budget to propose is a little higher, but we have a default in place now.
What,
I will say that I went to about, Carrie was there for a couple of them, I went to about 5 or 6 selectmen meetings and the public hearing. I think the average meeting length was 5 hours.
The last one went till midnight.
Yeah. I can't say that I stayed for every meeting entirely, but I left, when I hear the word manifest, I get up. That usually means they're at the end, so, administrative.
the current town tax rate is $4.05. Total, including all the warrant articles.
Including all, yeah, right. Not all those wrap
For
into the
this
budget.
or for this past year?
For the calendar year, or the tax year 2024, the town tax rate is $4.05.
Okay.
That includes X for the budget, and X for the truck, and X
Last
for the
year.
road.
So
and-
this was last year,
Yes.
Okay.
But it's all inclusive, it's not just the budget, it's the budget plus all of the
the
warrant
warrant articles, right.
So if we add up all of the warrant articles plus the budget for this year, 474 is what they're asking for. $4.74.
Well, before we get to all that,
Yeah.
they really need this budget to pass.
Well, I think, yeah, 2 default years in a row can be tricky, will be tricky. But I also sat through those average of 4.5 to 5 hour meetings 5 times, where they discussed a $200 line item and dropped it to $1, so they can spend the money if they need to shift money over. If you don't have the line item, you can't spend it very easily, but there was a lot of debate and a lot of analysis over some very small number items, and they were cutting some of them. And as I like to say, they're looking under the cushions for quarters. They really did scrounge through this budget, and I was impressed with that. It was tiring to sit and listen to, but nonetheless, it was deliberate.
Yeah, I mean,
And-
there's things in the budget, I personally don't like giving people bonuses until they complete the entire task, but the overall budget and the amount that they've worked and cut and scrimped, and anybody who's followed the budget process, we hear so much about the schools, and they can't have a default because we need to take care of the schools. Without the town, you don't have roads, you don't have police, you don't have garbage, and they are the smallest part of what we spend in our taxes. I think they've done a good job, and I think they need to have this proposed budget pushed. I think it's unrealistic to do anything else but vote for it.
I mean, they went back 3 and 4 times for each department head and asked for them to refine further. The one thing I the one thing that I'm not quite comfortable with is that there are some warrant articles that should be in the operating budget. There's a stipend for park. It's small, $1,600, but, you know, if it's a warrant article, we get a chance to decide if we want it or not,
Yeah.
but it is part of the operating budget next year if it's approved. And by the way, on the sheet the Excel that I do, any line item that's green, the color of money, will roll into the operating budget for next year. So
Okay.
when you're voting on something, know that it's not a one-time cost. The other thing is there are a small to medium number of items in this operating budget that are one-time costs. I made sure to keep track of those myself, but
Can you tell her what they are?
hopefully the selectmen, there's like, the fire department wanted to buy materials and equipment for their operations center that they're trying to build up, right?
The EO, the emergency management? Yeah,
Yeah. So there's some one-time purchases in there, and they put it in the operating budget.
right.
Scale for the transfer station.
Scale for the transfer station is a one-time purchase. There'd be maintenance for that in the future budgets, but not the, calibration and maintenance. But, so there are some one-timers in the budget, and there's also some operating expenses that are warrant articles, just to keep in mind, so. The selectmen just chose to do that the way they did it, and it's not, some small numbers in there which really wouldn't affect the operating budget, but they're there.
I like this. I'm happy with this.
So anyways, that's just my observation, that, it's not very, well, it is fiscally oriented, but it's more of I feel comfortable with the amount of rework that they did over a period of like 6-7 weeks. They started early this year, and they're still not 100% done yet.
Finish late. Start early,
They need
finish
to
late.
start earlier.
Well, I think they start in June. No, but the deliberation was pretty intensive. If there was money to be found there, they zeroed it, they got rid of it, or they dollared it. They put it down to $1. So that was,
They want this budget, and the town department heads worked with it. They want this budget. And again, you look at the amount of money we spend on the schools. If we don't have roads, if we don't have police, if we don't have people working in the town offices, this town doesn't have anything. It's not
yeah, we need both.
unreasonable.
Yeah, and right now, the school's calculating at 77%
Yeah.
of the tax rate, estimated tax rate, based on what the spreadsheet. 77 to the difference, so.
Yeah, so I think this is a go.
Unless you watched all the videos, I think I spent the most time listening to this deliberation. I even made some recommendations on things that I felt like they were a little, like, that seems a little much for something like that. And I gave my input, and most of them changed. Whether or not it was my input that did it, I don't know. Probably not. But I felt comfortable with the things that
We'll give you kudos anyway, Tom.
the things that came at me as a little funky, most of them got sorted out, or they got reduced or eliminated. So, I'm just one person, but
Anybody else?
No, I only, my main concern is, I also support the budget getting passed. And the main reason is because it was a default budget last year. And on the town side, if we go multiple defaults, it just gets harder and harder the following year. Look at the increase between here and here. And it'll continue to.
if this had a lot of fat in it, I wouldn't have any hesitation about defaulting again. So, to be clear.
Yeah. But I also,
That's one factor.
recognizing that this does have an impact, I may be harder on some of the later ones, on the individuals, but
Yeah.
this is, I came into this year saying default last year. Really need to get this passed, and it sounds like from people who have attended the meetings that they have done that.
Right. We were 5 to 6 last year on the town budget.
I'd like to find out some information. I'd like to know, and I don't think I have the exact numbers, the increase in the proposed budget this year versus last year. I'm not talking about revenue, I mean just the budget. Last year's budget was $8,503,000.
Okay.
Naomi gave us some figures for this
Before,
year's
yeah,
budget.
before revenue, yep.
Before revenue, this is
Right.
just the budget. And what was that figure, the proposed?
Marion, 148,914.
Say that again?
9148914.
Now, remember, that includes the raises that got voted in last year.
No, yes.
Yes, and there were like 3 of them,
Yeah.
No,
2 of them.
sorry, that does not.
No,
This
it
is
should.
just the budget, the number I gave you is just last year's approved
Oh, last
budget.
year's proposed budget.
a default, no.
Oh, the,
That was a default number.
oh, he meant approved, okay.
The budget that the selectmen operated under in 2024, regardless of what you call it,
Yep.
came out to be $8,503,982.
Okay.
This year, that same budget, their proposal, is $9,148,914.
Okay.
Hold on. That's a 7.6% increase.
Right.
Inflation is at 3%.
Yep.
So why are we spending more money? One answer, the last budget was a default budget. So if it had gone up by 3%, the 7.6% would be somewhat less.
Right.
On the other hand, they lived within that budget. And roughly, as I understand it, there was $550,000
Surplus.
unspent, of which they spent roughly 150, 160, so there's 375 or $400,000 of that budget unspent, and which in September, if they wanted to, assuming they have 5%
Yeah,
set
they have to
aside for
keep
the
that put
state,
aside.
assuming they have that, then there is potentially that much to be used to offset taxes, additional revenue that we don't know about. So I don't think it's an unfair comparison to say the selectmen have proposed a 7.6% increase.
You're right.
Because, remember, if that budget, the default budget last year was so tight, why did they wind up with, on an $8.5 million budget, why did they wind up with, call it $500,000 surplus?
Vacancies?
Yeah,
They could, yeah, all
Yeah,
sorts
they
of
had
things like that.
employment vacancies, there were a fair amount of those.
Yeah, and that'll continue this year to some extent. Maybe not as much as last year, but it always happens. People come and go, takes 2 months to fill the position, you've got 2 months worth
It's been a year.
of unspent salary.
So if we want to retain and attract employees to work for the town, then we need to pay them a competitive wage.
But the wages that are
That's
being
not
paid
what
are
this is.
handled in a different article. They're
It's
not
in
in
a
this.
warrant article, it's not in
Okay.
this.
So how do you handle the difference in revenue?
I'm not talking about revenue.
No, you are talking about a net here, so let's
No,
talk
I'm
about,
talking 8 million, the total budget.
He's just talking proposed, last year's passed to this year's proposed.
yeah.
I'm
That's
not
right.
talking tax rate yet.
Right.
The tax rate, and obviously, that's going to be a killer, because we don't have the numbers that in fact will be used for '25, whereas we do have the numbers that were in fact going to be used for 2024, and we know a lot more revenue will be coming in for '25, we just can't determine exactly how much. So the
So
tax
just,
rate increase is
and
going
I
to be-
understand what Neil is saying, but you also have to add in what everybody said yes to with the collective bargaining and the raises. You can't leave that aside, because that's in this year's budget. So if you had warrant articles that were approved for collective bargaining, pay raises for non-employee, pay raises for highway, the part-time building inspector to full-time building inspector, where does that play into your number?
Yeah,
Because that now is part of your proposed budget, because that was approved.
Right.
yep.
So what you're saying is that the fair comparison would not be the 2024 approved budget, but would be the 2024 approved budget plus warrant articles.
Correct.
I would agree with that.
Do you have that number?
8648810.
She was
Again,
ready for you.
86,
86488, it's on page 4. 8648810. And then,
Right, they rolled those in.
well, that you have, that's what everybody, that's not everybody, but that's what was approved, which will roll into your proposed this year because it was approved.
Correct.
And you were warned of that when you went into the voting booth and said it was gonna be part of an annual number.
Yes.
But Naomi's saying, and I think she's right, that a fair comparison would be to add back to the approved budget for 2024, the warrant articles that were approved, because they are already a part of the 2025 budget, and if you're doing an apples to apples, so let's see what that comes out to.
8,648, 810.
Not 7%.
Nine,
It's like 4, 4.5 maybe.
I don't know if anybody has
That's a
the,
5.8% increase.
5.8.
yeah, I don't know if anybody has their,
And you have to remember, didn't our insurance go up 10%?
yeah, but that's not what he's trying to do. He's trying to get a basis, but, if you look at, if you pull out your mailer from last year, I did that Monday night, I didn't come out and say it, but the last year's proposed versus last year's default, last year's proposed was about $500,000 higher, so we started out on the $500,000 lower. So if you were gonna take proposed to proposed, we'd be pretty close. But that's not the,
Compared to the schools, they've done a really good job.
because if you have last year's budget numbers, Jess, do you have those? If you
sorry?
subtract between the proposed and the default, and just look at the difference in the two numbers.
I don't have
If
a-
proposed passed, it would have been, I think, about $500,000 higher.
Tom's good at math.
I know how to use a calculator.
And he has a bigger phone.
You do?
I got it.
574 144 minus 8240.
There's
two, no, it's too many sevens, so it's 77, it says .774, you don't go up 3 times.
Oh.
There's an extra 7.
Well, 333,000.
Yeah, so there's another, it's my mistake, not 500, there was an additional $333,000 that if we had from 24's proposed to 25 proposed, would have been that many hundreds of $1,000s more. But we're back $300,000 because we're on default.
Right.
So, we're just gonna agree to disagree, I guess. I'll leave it alone.
As far as the taxpayers are concerned, this budget is a 5.8% increase.
Yes.
At a time when inflation is 3%. I agree that this Board of Selectmen has done a credible job in dealing with this. I was a little disappointed, as I think Bill said, that so many articles that I would have expected to be included in the budget are now separate warrant articles. That's obviously one way that folks
They're
have.
giving us an
Reduce it.
option to say no, yeah.
That would make the
it's-
proposed budget even higher.
It can mislead, right, the budget would be higher, but they're gonna be in the budget next year, if they
If they
pass.
pass.
Yeah,
But, I'm sorry, Neil, I don't want to interrupt you.
But as hard as they worked, the schools proposed 6% plus increases.
Plus their contracts,
I'm sorry,
plus the contracts.
forgetting the contracts, we're talking about the budget. Let's talk about budget to budget. I think 5.6% is, 5.8% is too much. And one of the reasons we voted for the default budget last year was that they were proposing a budget that was unaffordable. We want to get the glide path, not at the 6% level, but at the 3% level. So that the Social Security check that you get covers the increase, or at least a good part of the increase in your taxes.
And the schools are where?
The schools are way higher. That's one of the problems we're having.
So
But
why
because we
punish the
can't-
town?
Because we can't go below the default budget to change that trajectory. And the default budget seems to be rising each year very rapidly because of a whole bunch of things that the voters do, and also things beyond our control, health insurance and so forth. If we don't get the trajectory down to a lower level, I think we're being unfair to taxpayers. And So I can't support this, not because it's not a bad effort on their part, but because the trajectory, the tax trajectory is unacceptably high over the long term. And if that means a whole series of default budgets, so be it.
Jessica?
Yeah. So I watched some, not as much as Tom, but I watched some of what they did, and I'd say the select board really was very thoughtful and mindful and really put the work into this. And I think it's setting them up to do additional work in the future. So where you made the argument, I think for one of the schools, that, you know, you should vote for something now to save in the future, I think that's what this will set us up to do. If we vote for the proposed, there's a number of lines that are at $1, and I think that's they didn't want to take it out in case we need it to give some flexibility. I think this is, my assessment of having watched what I watched is that this is setting them up to do additional work in the future to improve things even more. So I think voting for the proposed budget allows them to continue that work, whereas if we vote for the default, I think it sets them back from some of the work that they did. So that was sort of my assessment, just based on what the pieces that I saw, and I didn't see everything, certainly, but that's my standpoint, so I'm in favor of the proposed.
I watched all of them. I've also been in with the schools. They worked hard. I hear what you're saying, Neil, but in all honesty, the town needs to be able to function. We need to fill some staff positions, but all the departments cut things down from what they really want and need, because whether you're fire, whether you're highway, whether you're PD, a lot of their equipment is old, needs replacing. And we have let that go for many years, but everybody took big cuts in this budget, which you don't see coming out of the schools. And the schools only benefit certain people. But the town benefits everybody. We all need roads. We all need safety. We all need fire protection. And there comes a point in time, it's a very small budget compared to what we spend on those schools.
It's 8 million. That's not small.
Add the schools together, Neil.
Oh, I understand.
I think that if we don't pass this,
Let me give you one example that I discovered, and I don't know that it's typical. In the fire department salary line, it went up 10.6%. And I looked and said, well, wait, didn't we give them a 5% raise with everybody else? And the answer was, yes, we did. So I checked. Yes, that includes the 5% raise, but the way the fire department has worked things is that if you take a course, you get a bump in your salary. So everybody's taking courses and the town pays for these. And so the salaries are going up significantly.
school does the same thing.
But the salaries don't go up because they take a course unless you get a new degree.
You get a degree, you take an extra course, they give you a bump in your step.
You gotta get, yeah, if you get a degree, yeah, but that's a little bigger than just taking
Yeah,
one
these
course.
are courses. So, I don't know whether that's a good idea or a bad idea, but that's one reason why there are some lines that the selectmen can't deal with, unless they change, and they could, I suppose, the fire department procedures.
Yeah, they could.
And that to me is
I want people that know how to do their stuff. I want to know if you're going to drive a fire truck and come to my house, that you're going to solve my problem. I want to make sure that the people in the police department know how to keep things safe. I want to make sure people in the roads use plow trucks to plow the road and not my trees.
hey, I think we're ready to vote.
I think Neil's point is valid, though, is that you have to watch the trajectory of salary increases, and is it super quick, or is it somewhere in the middle? A degree is a lot more work, but there's a balance. I hear what you're saying. I think,
just a course.
yeah, it's more than that. Yeah.
We go to training to stay up on top of things. We don't get another bump just because we from a basic to a paramedic. That's a lot of school.
That's not just one course, right.
That's correct. We've had someone just do that, and that's,
I think that's a good topic for,
Warrant article.
for future discussion, or, you know, questioning the selectmen on the trajectory of the raise structure and how it works. I mean, it's not something that's gonna change right now, but yeah, we had a lot of raises last year, which, you know, there was DPW and there was non-union. The fire department didn't get the additional raise because they got the 5%. But that rolls into this budget, which is a little bit of an air bubble, popping up that percentage.
But we can fix that when we see the warrant article for more raises for the town.
Correct, and there is one,
Yeah,
right. Okay,
so if we don't like that trajectory, we can not vote for it. Motion,
we're in an open motion, we're in discussion, so if somebody wants to call the question, well, we can just vote now.
Yeah, let's vote.
Anybody have any? Okay. Sorry, I don't have my easy handy dandy warrant in front of me. It's in the book. So, actually, I do. Thanks, Mike. It's in the back. So the motion on the table right now is for recommending the town of Ware proposed budget. Any more discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the committee recommending the Ware proposed budget, raise your hand. 7, all opposed? 1, no abstain. Motion carries. Okay. We proposed that one, recommend that one.
You wanna go to Article 2?
Okay. Yep, I was just updating the spreadsheet. Our tax rate impact is 6.76 now. Okay. Article 2, we'll go backwards to Article 2. Make a motion that the committee recommend the Article 2 to finance and acquire a new fire engine.
there was a change on that.
So they moved the 1 million to 900,000 down, and then financing the remainder over 3 payments, the 3 years.
Yep. Can somebody second that motion?
second,
Okay. Yeah, I don't have my notes on that one. So you have so 900,000 down payment?
Yep.
And then the other 3 years were,
Well, the payment amount that we gave you was based on 250, I don't know that we've got one, but the percentage was 4.63% of borrow.
4.63%, okay. So those were about 89
89 for the 250.
for the 3 years. Okay,
But that was the old number, right? For 250,000, now you're borrowing 350.
yeah. And so it's around 90,000 a year, give or take, right?
It'll be more than that, but,
Will it be a lot more?
well, you got 350, so you have to spend at least 112 a year. Probably 125 with interest, I don't know.
Mhm.
But the borrowing went up from 250 to 350, and that's a 40% increase. So I would expect that 90,000 to go up by 40% roughly.
Okay,
But it'll still come out of that fund.
The money comes out of this fund.
right.
Yep.
So the idea is that for a $1.25 million fire truck, you put $900,000 down, and this doesn't happen until the truck comes in.
correct.
So we would place the order now, it'll take 1.5 to 2 years for the truck to actually come in. We would then put a $900,000 down payment, and then we would pay 3 installments for the remainder with 4.63% interest.
That's not the way I understood it. Close.
Okay?
once, if this article is approved, the chief will then enter into a negotiation and sign a contract, and he figures that that probably would take till June.
He'll take,
He's gotta go
he'll
out
take
to
bids first.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah,
But because he knows that this article has been approved, he knows he has the authority to spend this money. Apparently, he doesn't give the company a nickel. 585 days from now, is what he said.
right.
The truck is ready, and they drive it up to the fire station in Ware. And he hands them a check for $1,250,000, the contract price. Of that, $350,000 will come from the bank,
Right,
and $900,000 will come from this fund.
special revenue, yep.
Over the next 3 years, the fund will pay the, I'm making up the number, $125,000 a year, or
Yep.
$130,000 a year, to the bank,
Yeah,
but the fire truck is 100% paid for.
correct.
Right,
And there'll be
That-
plenty of money in the fund for that.
There, yes, the discussion at the selectmen's level was, and that's why they went down from $1 million to $900,000. They wanted to make sure that even if the projections for revenue going into the fund each year turned out to be wrong, the fund would not go into deficit at any
They were
point.
hedging it, but we haven't had the fund have that problem yet.
Right, and they also made sure that there would be enough money for a $450,000 or $500,000 ambulance.
Correct,
In, I think, 27 or 28.
correct.
However, there was testimony before the selectmen that instead of spending $1,250,000, we could spend $600,000 for something called a mini pumper, which used foam and mixed it with the water in such a way that you got a lot more gallon equivalent from this device than you did from a standard pumper.
But
There
that
was a
depends
dispute
totally.
between the,
Hold
there
on.
was a dispute between the chief, there was a difference of opinion between the chief and the proponent of this, Ricky Hippler, who used to be, very much involved in the fire department before it went professional, as to whether or not this would work. The chief and the assistant chief said you couldn't carry as many men, you couldn't carry as much hose, you couldn't do a whole bunch of other things. I don't know how Ricky Hippler responded to this, but the point is there was an alternative. There was no real discussion of whether it would make sense for us to buy something secondhand, or to get it sooner, or, and have it cost us less. So it wasn't a unanimous proposal. It certainly was unanimous on the part of the fire department, but it wasn't something that was agreed to by everybody. There was some dispute.
okay.
The fire department did talk about secondhand. Dunbarton bought a secondhand truck and they've had nothing but problems with it. When you use foam, you can't use foam in all applications. It depends on what kind of fire you have, how big the place is, as to whether or not the foam will.
This is not that kind of foam, apparently.
They all have certain things they can and can't do.
Okay.
And when you're looking at the fire department, you can check with all the surrounding towns, Goffstown, Dunbarton, New Boston, Hillsborough, Amherst. You can go to any of them and ask them how it works to have something smaller. If you have a fire and you have a fairly good-sized home, I have a fairly good-sized home, those small pumpers can't do it with foam. There isn't enough power behind it.
In my case, I have my own water supply, so I'm not worried.
But you gotta have something to pump it.
Yeah,
And little pumpers don't have as much power as big pumpers, and
okay.
There was a lot of unknowns with the mini pump. It is half the cost approximately. There was concerns about cost in training and maintenance. There was feedback from another town that didn't have a lot of good feedback. I don't remember what town that they received the feedback. And then there was a discussion that the output of the mini pump would only last about a minute. So depending upon the fire size that you're using, also the distance that they would have to hook up to the cistern, might not be able to adequately cover the distance to put out the fire. So there was a lot of unknowns, and there was great, it sounds like they did their homework, but still didn't have a lot of confidence that it would adequately substitute a fire engine.
I think that's a fair statement.
That's what I heard.
But in light of that, I have no problem with delaying this for another year.
I got the impression that that was a feeling in the room. Some of the thoughts that I have about this was that I believe that they would estimate that this would be used about 4 times a year. Is that, you recall hearing that? That was my recollection of what the chief said. She can't, yeah. And the concern that I raised was, with a truck like this, would we be able to get the staff, whether it's on-call or full-time, quickly enough to man this truck or to staff the truck to get it out? I don't know that I really got a full answer on that, but it's kind of hard to answer that question, but it was a concern in my mind.
We have 2 pumpers now.
1.5.
We only have one.
The pump is not on, we pump, the second one passed fail.
Yeah.
Right,
So it doesn't work.
we have 1 pumper, and I don't know whether it's the same size as this, although the chief said, or Ricky said, that neither one could fit into the East Ware Fire Station. but
Correct.
That's because it's a small. So I don't know if the number of people necessary to man the new one, the proposed one, is the same or greater or different in any other way. Hose size, hose capacity, hose length, I just don't know.
You need at least 3 to run the truck, to drive it, run the pumper, and line up the hose. It takes 3. Now, they took the truck out last year, and from the time they took the truck out to this year, the price of that truck went up another $250,000,
Estimated.
estimated. That put us on a 2-year delay.
But the chief did say something about 1,100,000. That number was mentioned.
So, I mean, I think, I hope we don't go another hour like we did Monday night on this, but, so, thing is, you put it forward, the selectmen voted 3-1 to move it ahead with 900 and 350. It'll have to go out to bid, so
Correct.
say sharpen your pencil once they know you've got the okay to do that.
Yep.
Happens all the time. At that point, I think we still gonna have to put financing out to bid. Your rates could drop, your rates could do most anything. All we've got is what we have today for information. So I think what's before you is 900,000, 350 to finance. It's going to come out of the ambulance billing. Until such time, we have to write that one check whenever we get that. But we'll put it out to bid. It would be contracted for the bid amount. It would start to be built. Maybe 460 days, we could get lucky, 585 days. They're gonna let us know when it's coming here. At that point, we're gonna have to let the lenders sharpen their pencils. So all we could do is kind of get a quote for now. Everybody's gonna sharpen their pencil. And maybe the price is, maybe it's $1 million, and then personally, I don't care to finance if we had $100,000. I'm just saying, I don't know that number. We can only tell you and provide the voters with, and another, I grew up in the fire service. My mother was the red phone lady that took your phone call and run the base station out of our home. So, we can wait and wait and wait. Look at what New Boston just did. Their their firehouse is now $9.2 million, and their population's half our size, but it's not here on the table. I think what you guys have is the truck, the financing, and the 3-1, they voted to move it to the townspeople to let it vote, so you guys can decide and have your recommendation as well.
Well, something else everybody has to remember is anybody who owns a home has to have insurance. That includes fire insurance. Fire insurance, having been a broker, they look to see what kind of fire department you have, what your water sources are, and what kind of equipment you have. So the more we keep hampering our fire department, the more you can drive up the rates for your fire insurance and have difficult time getting coverage. And-
I suspect that the increases due to that will pale into insignificance compared to the increases we're all going to face as a result of the California wildfires. All of our rates are going up throughout the nation to pay for that. Unless perhaps you have State Farm because they pulled out.
Some of us do look at where they have their exposure rates before we insure companies. But the fact is, we have to provide coverage for this town. This town has always backed the fire department because people want protection. And I honestly, interest rates are going to go down. If you start watching what's going on now, right, wrong, good or bad, you're starting to see changes in financing. You're going to start seeing changes for mortgage rates. So
I
We-
think that's speculative, but rates could go up, actually.
But-
They're talking about
Mortgage rates have been going up recently.
the potential, yeah.
You're right, we can't predict.
Yeah, they could go up or down.
But I think you have to look, whether you're looking at students, you have to look what's best for the town. And the town needs a grown-up pumper truck. Mutual aid's job is not to come running over here because somebody doesn't want to spend money on a truck and just hold Ware's hand. We've already gone through that. And the towns around us were angry, they came, they yelled, and they told us to get our act together. So we can't expect the other towns to be our babysitters. We have to provide coverage for this town. And coverage costs. And this is cheap money compared to having somebody have a fire. Do we have a lot of fires? No, thank God. But I'd hate to be the person that has a house that has a fire and we don't have a fire truck to solve the problem.
So the fire station has been asking for another engine for how many years now? 4 years? It's been a while, right, that they've been
been
requesting?
asking
and
over
then-
3 that I can remember.
Yeah.
The selectmen chose not to put it on the warrant last year.
Right, because they didn't have proper funding was the concern.
It was close.
Cover
It was
Yeah.
close.
Ricky was also the chair, and so I think heard his arguments the other night. That may have been the reason why that, he might have steered his opinion might have prevailed in that situation. Don't know. But yeah, it was a combination of things.
So we have one engine, Fire Engine 5, that is old enough that the fire captain noted that it should be in reserve status, and then that leaves us with one good engine. So we're down effectively from 3 to 1.5.
1.5.
So, and then the turnaround is 1.5 years for a new fire engine. So they have really close to the amount in the budget. There was talk, Naomi, about being able to pay off or put more down based on the 1.5 years. Am I remembering that right? Where they would be able to pay more?
Like I said, we have to sharpen our pencils.
Okay.
Is it, do you recommend or not recommend, and let the voters decide, I guess?
Yeah.
You guys can do your calculating. I mean, we could talk about everybody's philosophical idea, but you'll be here till.
Well, our recommendations usually carry a lot of weight for the voters. So it's,
This is a freebie, so our
Well-
recommendation probably carries no weight.
you guys are new here. You guys both understand, and I don't mean to
No.
condescending, but that the money for this all comes out of a special revenue fund
Right.
that is fed by ambulance charges, for calls, for transports, I should say, just transports. And that fund has $1 million and change in it right now. So it's not a direct tax implication for this coming year. It's money that's been collected from ambulance services. I have a question for Naomi. This plan that, shows $1 million coming out this year, 900,000, I understand. And, the idea is that we want to buy an ambulance in 2 years, so do we have enough money to buy that and pay the interest, pay back the 350,000 and so on? If we don't spend that money this year, then that fund still increases by about $300,000.
Correct.
right? So from a balancing of the fund availability, we're still gonna spend that 900, but this plan kind of goes out an extra year,
Right.
right?
Is-
So,
Does this fund earn interest, and Naomi, do you know what the rate is? Is it this 1 point?
interest, I have no idea what the rate
it,
I'm sorry?
I don't know what the rate is. Beth gave you a figure of how much we'd earned so far, and
No, that was in dollars, but are we getting the 4 or 5%? Because it'd be nice to get that on our million.
doesn't say in here.
Big
There is
schools.
there is a billing service fee of 6% that comes out of the fund
Yes.
every year. So if we're earning any interest, it might be offset by that, but I don't know.
If there's $1 million in the fund sitting there now,
Yeah,
because we
it
get
could be more, yeah.
200,000 a year from fees or something like that.
All it says here is
Big money.
a balance, a predicted inflow of 5% each year and growing, and then there's a service fee.
That's a good point.
But there's no interest rate here, so yeah.
Uh,
Good question.
Just so our newbies understand this, the only reason there's money in this fund is because the ambulance fees, instead of going into the revenue of the town and being used to reduce property taxes by $200,000 each year as it comes in, were siphoned off and put in this fund so that the fire department could buy their equipment with no tax impact. But there is a tax impact. We paid it last year, the year before, and the year before.
Well, and the offset is that the ambulance fees could go into the general fund
Right.
instead of this fund
The
to help
voters
offset.
decided they
Right.
would save their money in this fund. and this
There's $1 million sitting out there
$1,000,000
that
fire truck, I would too.
could have come back to the taxpayer.
That's what we-
I understand that, but if you never, ever call the ambulance, you never, ever put any money into it, right?
Correct.
Yeah,
So the town, many, many years ago, decided that they were gonna put it away and they were gonna fund their own equipment
Yep.
out of this fund. So I'll just leave it at that.
I'm just kind of making,
So that decision's been made.
it's been
Yeah.
made.
Yes, that's
This
not,
money is only for ambulance, fire truck, fire department,
Equipment
Purchases.
Yeah,
And the
capital.
taxpayers
So far.
voted on
and
that.
we pay the fire chief to think and make all these decisions.
To come up with that plan.
Okay.
but he can make recommendations, but he can't spend money out
No,
of
I
his
agree,
fund
agreed.
without voter approval.
Correct.
Right,
Yes.
like any capital reserve fund.
Sure.
No.
Are we ready to vote?
Capital reserve fund goes to
This is special revenue,
this is special revenue, goes to the voters.
requires a vote, yeah, the selectmen can do other ones. Yeah. So anyways, just, that 500,000 for that ambulance, and then there's always something could break and we'd have to use this fund for something, but that's, you can't plan for that. What are you gonna do?
That's life.
I mean, you wanna keep a reserve in there, but if you're gonna buy a $1 million+ fire truck,
Could you correct what I said before, Tom? I thought we were getting 200,000 a year roughly in fees. It's only 100?
No, it's more than that.
no, it's
More than that.
291 projected,
291.
and then 306, 321, 5% growing every year. I don't know why there's a 5% increase, but that's, the rates, I guess the rates just
Yeah, the rates
increase.
We made a contribution to the
Yeah,
ambulance.
there you go.
The insurance companies keep
God, I
raising
had an
rates.
allergic reaction.
Oh. All right, so, and, the point I was making earlier, that this plan has us spending $1 million this year, but we won't, it'll be next year. So that fund will grow, which gives a little bit of a buffer, I think. If we buy the ambulance at the same time as the plan does, just a little shift. So, any other? Okay, so the motion is open. If you are in favor of recommending the financing of the new fire engine, financing with acquisition of the new engine,
Oh, that's for sure.
If you're in favor of Article.
Article 2, as it's written, well, with the changes that we discussed, raise your hand. Okay. Opposed? Okay. 7-1-0.
Good thing we had another next week.
Yeah.
Four was changed.
Article 4.
That was 3% instead of 5.
Yes.
3%, right?
Correct.
They did go to
They did go to 3?
Yeah.
It went to 3%?
That's,
Oh, wow.
that's phenomenal. There you go.
Thank you.
3% merit raise.
No, is it 3% merit or is it 3% inflation?
So,
It's,
3% pool.
yeah.
which is merit. They can distribute the 3% total based on reviews, correct?
Evaluations.
That was-
So the amount isn't 153?
No. The first amount is 70,130, which represents 3%. All non-union except for me. I get 0.
You said the first amount?
Yep, the first amount, instead of 115, you're gonna look at 70,130.
Yep.
And then instead of 5%, it's gonna say 3%.
All right.
And then the annual cost is 93,507.
Okay. So the tax impact is based on the 9 months, though?
Is, well, the tax impact for 25
this
is
year.
based on the first one.
Yeah. Yep.
So who's
But we
got
have the-
math on that?
We have the full year in there for
For
information
26,
purposes.
yeah.
That went down to 0.05 cents from 9.
The magic number is 1305666.
No, 1306555.
Ah.
That's why your
Oh,
calculator
the
doesn't
assessment.
work.
Yeah, that's I have 5 cents. So that drops, it drops the number a little bit. That was 8 cents before, 9 cents before, almost half. 3%, 5 to 3.
Tell them thank you, Naomi.
5.4%.
What's that, Neil?
You sure it's not
Sorry,
0.054?
5.4 cents as opposed to 9.
Yes, 0.054?
Yeah.
Yes, correct. So 0.05, yeah, effectively.
That's just for the 3 quarters of the year, that's
Right.
not the full year.
Right. Yeah. Okay, so I will make a motion that we, as a committee, recommend Article 4, town employee raises of 3%.
Second.
Okay, Jessica, second. Any other discussion? We did give all non-union last year 5%, correct?
Yep, I think it was 5 the year before that.
Yep,
And we had a string of 3%ers
before that.
before that.
Couple 3s, couple 5s, and now a 3.
Yeah, yeah, yep.
And again, it's not a straight increase. Some people could get 3, 2, some people could get 3
Yeah, yeah.
or more, depending on how they apportion the money based on evaluations. And the evaluation process is in effect, from what was mentioned, so.
I think in talking about the blurbs, we should include that instead of the cost of living pay increase. Change it to a merit increase, let the people know that it's not.
took the word COLA out.
They changed the warrant
Perfect.
article the other night. Yep. COLA, if I saw 5% and COLA, I would immediately vote no.
Absolutely.
It's 3%, right, or a little less. And COLA implies everybody,
Yeah.
whereas I like to reward merit personally.
But it doesn't say merit, is that correct?
It's going to.
It's going
to.
The
will.
new language does.
Does not say merit.
It says
'Cause
fee
they-
increase.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just a 5% increase.
There's a
3%.
3% pay increase. Yes.
Just a pay increase, not
No
merit?
COLA, no merit.
we're gonna talk about
And then it's to be determined by the selectmen for the distribution of the
Yes.
fund.
Department heads will advocate certain percentage across their team, and selectmen will
It'll be
approve.
similar to how merits are
It
handed out.
is, it just doesn't say merit. I thought they were gonna put the word merit in there,
Well,
I'm
they were
sorry.
tossed about that because of the fact that evaluations have been done for some, not all.
Okay,
And April 1st is how the numbers figured for 39 weeks, and they asked if they could extend their evaluations that they haven't done for 6 months or so.
okay. So, but, to your point, it is gonna effectively act like a merit. But the voters won't really know that. So, I mean, we could, in our blurb, we could put that
Exactly.
it will be distributed according to
Evaluation.
evaluations,
Yeah.
and the selectmen
That's the
will approve.
intent. Yeah.
Yep, the intent.
And it may fall off the wagon because of time. I mean, the evaluation form we use right now doesn't have,
Right.
that was the whole discussion.
In that case, everybody would get 3 across the board. Okay. Did somebody second that motion?
I did, I think.
Any other discussion? Cost for this is, like I said, 5 cents, tax impact of 5 cents. Hearing no more discussion, if all those in favor say yes,
Yes.
raise your hand, sorry. That's 8-0,
Nice.
8-0-0 to recommend. Motion passes. Okay, Article 5, increase park director stipend. So make a motion that we, as a committee, recommend to appropriate $1,615 for a park and recreation director's stipend.
Second?
Okay, Lori? Discussion?
There is,
This should be in the budget.
It should be. This is an operating expense.
Correct me if I'm wrong, right now, we don't have anybody in this position,
We're ready to advertise, but we don't have
but we do not have a body.
We do not.
We had one, but we don't.
And this $5,000 has not received any of the percentage increases like everybody else has over the years.
They do not, the Parks Director does not get the 3%.
This position does not.
That position does not.
This position has not been part of the percent across the board each year. It's stayed at 5% for a long time. 5,000, I mean, sorry. So with the added duties, they're hoping to get someone, because they're a volunteer committee, as you know, to get someone to do a few more things, and they've been doing a few more things, as you know, the tree lighting and the other things. They're trying to work together and get some more community functions and advertise and get some community activity.
They oversee Chase Park operations too?
They do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did the selectmen consider this to put it in the budget?
Well, for transparency purposes, where we did raises last year for everybody in an article, they did it this year that same way.
Yeah.
So look at page 4, you're gonna see everybody that we added the non-union collective bargaining, the extra for highway, the extra for, everything was voted on at a warrant article for transparency purposes and
Last
not
year.
hid in the budget somewhere.
Right.
So that's what, we're following the same path we followed last year.
is there a reason why this stipend position hasn't increased with the other?
We haven't, it's just always been a stipend, and the selectmen get a stipend, they haven't been included in the treasurer's stipend, she hasn't been included, so the stipends weren't part of the percentage that were increases.
So they're not a W-2, in fact, they're not an employee per se?
They get W-2s, sure,
Okay.
yeah, it's just that the difference that we've always used is like a stipend, the selectmen get so much thousand a year, and we divided it up. And treasurer gets so much a year, and we divide that by 12, and that's how they get paid.
But they traditionally haven't, I mean, not to knock this person in this position,
Sure.
but let us be honest, the amount of work that, we'll say you do, is very different to what they do. And, you know, when you've got town employees doing this on a day-to-day basis, X amount of days and X amount of hours a day, versus something like this that does not require.
It's year-round, though.
Right, but it's
Yeah.
not 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, some
No.
places 10.
No,
So-
but there's a lot of work coordinating the field space with all the other organizations and Chase
Doesn't
Park
RAC do
and some
that?
other thing. No,
No.
Park and Rec does that. It's town fields.
You
So
can think of
that-
it like the selectmen, they get a stipend,
Correct.
they get elected, this is a appointment.
This will be appointed, yeah.
But
Right.
it's similar, they do a lot of work on their own, and
But they're not getting raises every
they're
year
not part of
either.
the raise
Right,
pool.
so that's what the stipend
Right.
was not. That's why the idea was the stipends weren't part of the pay raises.
Mhm.
It was a stipend for the position. So,
And the added responsibilities are coordinating with vendors for the park? Was that?
well, I don't have the list in front of me, but they did come up with a job description, and it's a little bit more lengthy than it used to be. Right now, you got a volunteer group, and the chair's been doing a lot, because she's retired, but you know, there's, again, if you had that one contact that you could have the field, I mean, you've got John Stark United, you've got WAC, you've got lacrosse, you've got all football, you've got everybody to try to use 1 or 2 field spaces. So to try to be fair to everybody, that person puts that all together, that person does the Chase Park, they do the ordering for the supplies, they keep things like that. I don't remember the whole job description, but that would be the person.
Have they had trouble filling this position in the past?
We've had the same person for a while. Everybody stays for a little while. I don't know, I don't know the difficulty of filling it. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know how long it's been at 5,000?
I don't know. It's been a long
It's
time.
been a while.
Yeah.
More than 3 or 4 years.
There was
Probably.
a calculation in the Selectmen Board of 2015 or 2017.
I think it was 15 or 17 that we moved it to 5,000, and it hasn't moved since
8 or
then.
more years. Well, if you use Chase Park at all, you know there's an operation going on there. As a volunteer job, plus all the other stuff with the fields, it's a small amount to incentivize somebody to do the job. It's a nice little service in town.
It does raise a question if other stipends should be evaluated for being raised.
Yeah, there was discussion to add them next time.
Yep.
But we're not gonna change this time. We haven't even advertised to fill.
Don't get excited about raising the Board of Selectmen.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor open. Any other discussion? Okay. All those in favor of the committee recommending to increase the park director stipend by $1,615, Article 5, raise your hand. 4? All opposed? 4? Any abstain? Nope. Okay. That motion does not carry. No recommendation at this point.
4-4.
Anybody want to chime in on some commentary about why you voted for or against?
I don't think it's needed.
Oh, we have to write up something.
Oh, well,
We have to explain how we came to the impasse, and we can do a minority report, but this would be the committee felt, half the committee felt this way, half the committee felt that way.
Are you gonna, just Tom, are you gonna think about if next week you have more of you, is revisiting some?
We could revisit any of these.
We certainly will review anything.
No
Yeah.
recommended, or no recommended?
No decision will probably, definitely,
I don't-
be brought up
why
for,
don't we write the blurb next Tuesday?
we can?
I
Since
don't,
just-
we're voting tonight.
I don't think we have a lot of information to go off of, but just knowing for me that it's, 10 years old in the stipend, it probably should be evaluated, and it sounds like they do a lot of work. They did add roles and responsibility to the position, but it would be really interesting to know how it compares to other stipend positions and kind of weigh the pros and cons on that.
Good commentary. That's why I voted for it. It's a small amount. It's 8 years plus, they haven't changed it at all, so. And I imagine there's a lot of work involved in this position, behind the scenes, that we don't even know about, so.
You can put that in the blurb.
Does anybody want to provide, you don't have to, but I'm just leaving it open as an option. If anybody wants to make their commentary of why they don't think it's a good idea.
I'll give you that next week.
Okay.
Until we show that we can't hire into the position, the 5,000 has been sufficient.
Yeah.
Excuse me, bless you.
Right.
Yes, but of course, the Parks Department could solve that problem by reducing the number of hours or whatever. You don't necessarily have to pay more, you can pay the same amount and get less work, and still give a person a raise.
Yeah.
So when Naomi did talk about juggling all the different sports teams, I know from taking my daughter to soccer tournaments, the amount of usage and, people shuffling back and forth between the youth fields gets pretty busy. So I would imagine that would take a bit of coordinating, especially as teams get postponed or, shuffled around, so.
I was player agent when I was a junior in high school for Little League. We had 3,000 kids, and I was responsible for juggling 12 baseball fields, making sure all these teams could play, handling playoffs, and I didn't get paid anything.
Well, you can apply for the position and get
Hey, you get a raise.
What I'm saying
Sounds like you're well qualified.
but what I'm saying is,
Well, wait, you do it for nothing.
people who get involved with this is because they have a reason to get involved. And I think that's great. But I don't want to turn this into a permanent job and, a percentage of people use these fields. A lot of us don't. And I just don't see that we need to go around giving raises. The job isn't even filled.
I think Tom has enough to write a word.
That's-
Go on
yeah,
to
that
the
is
next
enough.
article.
Next.
Since it's 9:30 and we're going to do the bulk of this at our next two meetings, are there any articles in particular somebody would like to bring up next? Or I can just continue,
Just continue.
okay?
You wanna go through all of them all night?
Tonight?
We can
No.
stay at least until 10.
Yeah, we'll do a few more and,
I was prepared for midnight.
Yeah,
10 o'clock.
Ten's enough.
it's supposed to be a long night. We're ready for midnight.
Since we
I
have an
like
extra
that.
night,
well, the
10,
selectmen, we got the room until midnight, so.
Then let's put in some elbow
Or
grease
because
here,
at midnight
guys.
it's the next day? Is that what it-
Okay, I'll go to the next one. Just opening it up if anybody had any particular itch. Okay, Article 6, Ware Police Department capabilities. So the key is, this is it's an existing position, and it's a additional duty. It's almost like a stipend, I guess. I don't know if the word stipend is used here, but it's an additional duty that the detective would do, and they would get extra compensation for it.
I think, Tom, you don't have a detective right now.
We don't have one?
So sorry.
It's
Okay. If we had a detective.
giving somebody else the additional duties of a detective on top of what they're doing.
So somebody else could do it? Okay. Thank you.
I think if we have to save money and we start looking at things, the police department is actually in pretty good shape. I actually went and met with all the department heads and had talks about their budgets. And while they'd like this, if we end up having to cut things, they will survive. It will come back to visit us in another year, but they will survive if they don't have it this year. This would be nice for them, but they won't pass out, and it won't make or break them this year.
It was the lowest on the chief's
Priority
priority.
list,
Yeah.
that's what I was looking for right now. He did prioritize all his warrant
He
articles.
gave us some hints as to what we could, if we needed to, for next year, cut out this year, and I think that was really great of him, and I think we should take the hint, because we're gonna have a list of fascinating things coming forward.
Right, and I think this came down from 6720 to 5171 from the original.
That's only because it's 9 months versus 12 months.
So is it,
5171 is 9 months.
oh, 6720, I see it on the next page.
720 is the whole year.
That was the 12, yep, thank you. Yeah, it was discretionary on his non-discretionary, discretionary separation, and it was priority number 5 out of 8, so.
So I think if we wanna save money, there's a good place to do it.
Yeah, you're gonna save less than a penny.
It's still money.
Not even
It all adds up.
It does, oh, yeah,
It all
yeah,
adds up.
a million pennies turn into $1 million. Just making the point, it was .004 cents. Is that on here?
Yeah, it's on.
Oh, it is on here, okay, good, some of them have it. Just looking ahead, which hopefully everybody's doing that, we've got some pretty significant things,
We got a lot of stuff coming forward.
DPW. There's also police wellness, and then tasers,
Don't we have a car?
and a car.
We can vote on this and move on to the other articles.
Yep, we can revisit. So, I'll make a motion that we, as a committee, recommend Article 6, the rare police capabilities
Do you need a second on that?
ancillary position.
Second?
Lori? Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, so, if you want to vote in favor of recommending this article, raise your hand. 1, 2. If you're opposed, 6.
Do we have to go the other way now?
Yes. Okay, I'll make a motion to not recommend Article 6, where police department capabilities, ancillary position for detective. Anybody want to second that?
Second?
For $5,171 for 9 months. Okay. All those in favor of not recommending Article 6, raise your hand. Okay. If you're opposed, 6-2, 0. Okay. So the not recommend, our motion passes. Article 7. This is a change in percentage of the transfer station revenue. So the impact of this is that there is revenue that would go back into the general fund, but instead it will go to the transfer station equipment and capital fund. I'm sorry, recyclable special revenue fund.
So does this mean like it would pay for balers, it would pay for scales, it would pay for that kind of stuff, or
Yeah.
what does it pay for?
And they're currently at 50%, they want to go to 100% of recyclables going into this fund. So there's no direct tax impact on this one
Sure there is.
for this year, direct.
What,
Well,
what is the tax impact, Naomi?
About 35,000
35,000,
that you're not gonna get in your general.
but it's, that you're not going to get in your general fund, right? So there's
So how much does this fund usually take in a year?
You told us 35,000, so it'd be
70,000.
70.
35 would be half, so it would be between
About
60
70?
About 70.
60 and 80, about 70.
Yep.
This is 2.7 cents. The 35,000.
So would it be handled a lot like the ambulance fund, or does it become a capital reserve fund?
It's a special revenue fund, so they would use it to buy,
Like the ambulance fund?
yeah.
Okay,
You still get a vote at town meeting.
Yep.
right, that's what I'm
Yep.
trying to find out.
If they wanted to take $20,000 out of this to buy
Scales,
to build build another shed or whatever, you know.
or if they had wanted to buy scales, they could take it out of this fund, yes?
Yep,
And that's the problem with all of these special funds.
right.
You put the money in a little bit at a time. The pain is relatively small. But then, as a practical matter, the proposal, like a $1,250,000 fire truck, or a $90,000 scale, or whatever it is, doesn't get the same kind of rigorous attention because you've already paid for it.
Right.
That it would if you didn't put the money into the fund and they had to come to you to say, we're gonna take half of it out of the fund because we've already established it. But the other half you have to pay for. So-
Agree.
Over a certain dollar amount, they would still have to report it.
Well, they have to come to us in any event to take the money out, but there's no tax impact because we've already suffered it.
So it's free
Right.
Yeah, and so the kind of
with quotes.
balancing that goes on if you have to pay $90,000 for a scale or $175,000 for a mower, I know that's not part of this, but is very different if it's already paid for than if you have to make a decision. So I personally do not like special revenue funds because I think it skews the decision-making process.
Do we know what the other towns do, if they have 100% or 50%, or how they invest that money back that they get from recycling?
Dunbarton goes all into Dunbarton's transfer
So
station
they're
recycling
100%.
center.
He mentioned that, Jason mentioned that one.
Each town does it differently.
Okay.
But what I like about capital reserve funds and special funds like this is you know that the money is there. When you give things for them to return back. Sometimes you see at the end of the year, there have been, not this year, they've done a great job, but on occasion, funny things happen and money gets spent on a lot of stuff that we don't have any authorization on. And the whole point of capital reserves funds is to take some of your money and put it like a savings account for the town so that it's there when you need the big expenses and your taxpayers don't look at you and pass out like we have in the past couple years. And I like having savings account, whether they call them capital reserves or special funds.
And that's the exact argument that
And I like that.
people, and so you have two different arguments, both of which are valid, and you pays your money and you takes your choice.
Great. So, yeah, I
And thank you
like
for doing
this.
that, Lori. It countered what I said and put the other case very well.
And it's again, just like the ambulance, if you never do demo, you're never gonna contribute. Your house,
Just for the fun of it, recyclables aren't doing real well right now. So if anybody thinks we're missing a huge fortune, go look at the recycling market. It's not burning
Down a
down.
little bit. I think the alternative, though, would be, if you wanted to buy a fire truck now without that fund, we would have to borrow the money,
We bond
bond it.
right? But
Which-
remember, we've had that money for decades in our pocket in lower taxes, okay?
Oh, yeah, I know.
So,
I hear you. But it would cost more to bond it than it would be to save it.
and now
You
we're,
have years
now
where
we're
you-
spending interest to borrow, because we're not borrowing $1,250,000, we're borrowing.
We are still paying some interest, correct.
Yeah.
But it's not over a
it's not a huge spike.
9-year period.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
if the revenues come in as they should, like at the $300,000 level, they can actually not take 3 years to pay that off. They can do it shorter.
It may be that there's enough money in the fund so they don't have
Yes,
to borrow.
yes, they're just hedging on the side of not sure.
As long as it's not a prepayment penalty, but, yeah. There was some discussion about incrementally going from 50 to 75 instead of a whole 100. That didn't change, Naomi, right? Still 50 to 100?
No, we're going 100. The proposal is 100, yes.
Yeah.
Because it's not a large amount of money.
And I like the round number.
But, no, it is correct that $35,000
2.7 cents.
will not be available as a surplus for the taxpayers, to offset taxes. But,
On the other hand, you may not have to buy.
but from a warrant article standpoint, Neil, there's no tax impact that you can put on this article.
Oh, yes, they're gonna have to put one.
They don't, well, because it will offset, it'll cause a higher tax rate later in the year.
No, they've just spent, what they're doing is spending $35,000. They're taking it out of the general fund, money that would flow into on the revenue side, into the general fund, and they're giving it up. They're putting it in a bank account, okay? So that raises taxes. If they don't put that in the article, we're certainly going to put that into our blurb.
You're,
It's also going to require 2/3 majority.
this one will?
Yeah,
Oh,
Requires 2/3.
yeah.
Yeah, your 3/5 is a little outdated, so 2/3 is the number.
But on this article, tell me, the money that supposed 35,000 that we would normally get to go to the town, they're just not gonna take that out of the town budget, it's what's go forward that they get,
it's a
correct?
go-forward,
So it's,
right?
yeah, so
so they're not gonna take
So we're not
35,000.
losing
out of-
anything here.
But we're
Not-
not gonna.
Not till the next year.
If this passes,
That would change the percentage going
it's
forward.
it'd be 3/4 of 35,000, Naomi, that we would lose in revenue.
Going forward.
You know,
This year, in 2025,
robbing
the
Peter
year
to pay
that we're
Paul.
talking about.
Yeah, it is a shift, no doubt, but the tax impact would go on this for a go-forward change?
But the
You're not-
changes would be effective as soon as the vote takes
If you're not actually
place.
taking money,
During the course of
to pay-
2025,
yeah,
the transportation recyclable charges are $70,000.
Yep.
No, is that right, Naomi?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, roughly.
It's $70,000. Right now, 35,000 of that goes into this fund.
Mhm.
This proposal would say, we're gonna take
All of
the
it,
other 35,000 out of it. So
right.
in this year, there will be, I suspect, not 9 months, but 12 months worth of 35,000 taken out of revenue.
It'd be 9 months, yeah.
So your taxes are gonna go up because revenue's gone down.
Well, technically, even then, it's not 12 months, because when they pay you for recyclables, they're never within the first quarter. Usually, they're always late.
I misspoke, it wasn't demo, this is recyclable, so if the market's down, you're not gonna do as well.
No,
So
And the
this is all the
market's
things
terrible.
that are recyclable, cardboard, cans, paper.
glass, plastic.
So this is where this money goes to buy balers, trailers, and things like that. A next article, you're gonna get down the path is to ask for 45 of that's in there now, to be able to buy the scales for demo, which that goes into the revolving fund, so it's, I said demo from the back
Separate
of the room,
stream.
but it wasn't, it's
Yeah.
different.
Neil, I understand what you're saying, that, I understand that the lack of revenue, but can you put that on as a tax impact, a direct tax impact?
I think we are gonna,
We are?
but it's a guess.
Yeah,
Because if the market's down, I'm telling you this $35,000 that we took in as an average, but if the market is down and you're not getting squat for anything, it could be $12,000.
Right.
mhm.
Yeah.
No, I hear you.
Yeah.
I just didn't know that was appropriate for this.
I think we are putting the 2 cents on there, I'm waiting, I haven't done, DRA hasn't said anything or anything, because we're waiting. We've sent it to them, but we got no response.
Okay,
But regardless of what DRA says, our blurb needs to tell taxpayers
sure. It
we
would,
just spent some revenue.
reduce
so
the
their
revenue.
Taxes are gonna go up.
I'm just saying, I don't know if tax impact is on there or not, that's what I'm telling you.
Right, because you're not actually
Say that
purchasing
exactly.
something directly, yeah. That was my hangup, it was just, it's a lack of revenue in a stream, it's not going out and purchasing an object or a service.
Lack of revenue of something that's not producing.
All right, I forget if I made a motion on this one.
Well, I'll second whatever you
I'll,
say.
I'll make the motion. Motion, shall this committee recommend Article 7 to change the percent of the transfer station revenue
Second it.
from 50 to 100? Any other comments?
Well, I would have liked the 75.
I was just gonna say that.
I would have liked to say.
That's
It's
my
not on
last
the
comment.
table,
I was
Bill.
reading your lips.
It's not on the table.
No, I
Troy.
like the 75 where there's some revenue still coming in.
Yeah.
Because to me, it isn't like a big, like the fire truck. I want all that money going, because we know when we gotta make a purchase on an ambulance or a fire truck, it's a
Yep.
big,
There was a rotation schedule presented though, and there will be a rotation schedule delivered, there'll be a screen for it as to what Jason's got potentially coming down with balers and trailers and things like that, so we'll provide that spreadsheet, but that'll be a screen on the deliberative session screen. Because he had planned expenses. The trailer's $95,000.
Well, balers aren't cheap either.
But that's not in front of you right now.
They're awful. Vote?
All those in favor of recommending Article 7 to change the percentage, raise your hand. 2. All those opposed? 6?
what do we got, 6-2?
Abstain? Okay. That motion does not carry. Motion to not recommend Article 7, change of percentage for transfer station revenue, is made. Anybody second?
I'll second.
Carrie? Any other discussion? All those in favor of not recommending Article 7, raise your hand. 6 opposed. 2? All right,
Sorry.
that's okay.
Pass my
6-2-0, the motion carries
That's going to
to
sleep.
not recommend. Got it.
Next.
Sorry, could I record it? Oops, that's 2-6-0. Okay, Article 8, Police Career Development Officer Wellness, $7,100 for the Heart Start Program and wellness checks. This is a benefit to police officers to have additional wellness checks that they don't get right now on their plan. Physical and mental health.
If the police officers think this is so important, why don't they negotiate this in their contract?
It's a good question.
Two more years before they can.
But where was this on the chief's recommendation or priority list?
Exactly what I was thinking.
Discretionary, it was 7 out of 8.
Yeah, so this is not a hot button.
Make sure I got that right. The number changed. I had 2250 on this originally, now it's 7150, so I don't
This
know
is
why.
one we can save money on.
So this is right under the detective.
Yes. Yeah, I don't see another one that looks like the right one, the same one. Yep. And this is .005 tax impact,
Penny between the two of them.
right? This is where Bill chimes in and says, but they all add up.
No, I didn't say that.
No,
I didn't
you
say
have said that. I was just waiting for it.
Because I was actually going to support this one,
Oh, okay.
because it's a safety issue. It's a health issue of the first responders, and I'll just support it. They could put it in their next contract negotiation, but that's not coming up for another year.
They can wait.
And the chief thinks this is low priority.
He does, but, okay. I'll support him on this, because just because it's a health and safety issue.
Okay. So, motion was made. All those in favor of recommending Article 8, officer wellness for the police department, raise your hand. 3. All those opposed? 5. Any abstain? Okay. Motion fails. Motion to not recommend Article 8, Police Career Development Officer Wellness. Somebody want a second?
Second.
All in favor of not recommending this?
Oh.
6?
You're on the wrong side.
Sorry.
Oop.
Nope, I,
She raised her hand.
yeah, no, I didn't flip, I just,
Yeah.
It's getting
Sorry.
late.
I flipped. So you're not in favor of not recommending?
Correct.
Okay. All those opposed to not recommending? That's 3. Okay, that motion carries, not recommended.
Another dump truck. How many more of these do we have to go?
All right. We want to do the dump truck now
This is
Yeah.
a whopper.
at 10 of 10?
Let's
It
get
won't
the
take
dump
that
truck
long,
out of
Tom.
here.
No?
No.
Then you'd be halfway there, 'cause you're 11.
I don't know.
Yep.
How many more dump trucks do we need to buy?
Well, that's a question. That's why you may not want to take it up tonight.
Really?
I don't support it.
It's a big
I don't
one.
either.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe the reasons are different.
Naomi, how many dump trucks do we need to keep buying?
That's,
Well, I guess that's not my question. I said, I mean, 6 years we didn't buy any, so you still,
Okay.
this is the, I
We-
think, this is our last 6-wheeler to go to 10-wheeler.
Okay.
yeah,
This
we've got,
is-
we bought them three of the last 4 years. The last 3 years, we have bought a dump truck. We might have gone without them for 6 years, back in the teens, I think.
Yep.
We had 1 year where it was 2021 where it did not pass. But they have gotten 3.
So technically, we could take rest.
Well, I'm like a broken record on this one, because I bring this up all the time, and I say and I understand what Jason says, you know, but when you go from 6-wheels to 10-wheelers, one of the selling points of that was they can carry a heavier load of sand, they can stay out longer, they don't waste time coming back. And that doesn't affect it when they're plowing, but it certainly affects them when they're laying out the sand. And I would contend that most years now, we're laying out more sand than we are plowing. I mean, we had plowing the other day, but we certainly, there's that,
Climate change.
Hmm?
Climate change.
oh, I won't say that, I won't give,
we're
I won't
not-
give climate change.
We're not getting as much snow as we used to.
Yeah, yeah, well, it's a cycle, I'm not gonna give any credit to climate change, I'm sorry. I'm just not gonna
Let's
do
just
it.
leave it at weather patterns.
But,
9:52.
The
but,
angels aren't
and
throwing
on the,
qualified
and
sentences.
countering that argument is the fact that, yeah, we have some additional developments, and, and I've always wondered, have we got enough drivers for all the trucks we have, you know?
We have a
And
butt for
if,
every seat. We have a butt for every seat this year.
But for this year, this year.
Last year we didn't, last year we went with half.
Yeah. So I'm always asking, when you say, how many more do we need? I want the end of the line. I want the dividend for the taxpayer that we've been buying 10-wheelers, which are more expensive, because they're more,
Useful.
well, they stay out longer, and there should be some dividend, something, to me. But I'm not a plow guy, I'm not a public works guy.
So the argument is that with bigger trucks, we should be able to have fewer of them covering the same route.
Yeah,
Because
and
they
you know
have
what?
greater capacity.
Well, you can,
You
if
man
you,
the telephone when it rings.
if your bottom line is, yeah, and you tell them, that's, well, you have what we have, and your road's gonna get plowed when it gets plowed. But just
If you
don't,
don't like it,
don't,
you can
don't,
move.
don't send a call to my house, don't use call forwarding. But,
I hear you, but people don't understand.
yeah, I know they don't, but, maybe if they keep getting 8.1% increase in their taxes, they might start understanding, So, and have we ever had used contractors?
Last year.
Yeah.
Last year.
That's how we did it.
So
We added
if
the
it works
bonus.
out to where we don't have enough drivers, but we got too many trucks, or gee, we cut down on the number of plow trucks we had, we need a
Contract.
contract out for a few, maybe that's the long-term plan we use, rather than having to buy trucks, and as they get to the end of their use of life, maintain them,
Yeah.
which is
Yeah, your
costly.
toughest problem with that is going to be, we have a fairly high percentage of dirt roads. And anybody who plows, dirt roads are very, very hard on a plow truck, but I do hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
Dunbarton uses contracted people, Goffstown in a few areas, New Boston does. So it is possible, but
Yeah.
because of the number of dirt roads we have, there is going to be some issue with that.
Yeah.
So the 10-wheeler was priority number 2 on Public Works list.
What's number one?
and
Road
then
construction.
Road construction's number 1.
Okay.
Yep.
Right.
Article detail in the conversation there was, replace the older truck to avoid repair costs, but there was note that the older truck still operates.
Do we need as many trucks in the summer as we do in the winter?
I don't
You'd
know.
have-
Because if in fact we need fewer trucks in the summer, but need more in the winter, then Bill's idea of contracting out makes enormous sense.
All the discussion, I believe, was about plowing and salting and sanding. I don't remember
I don't-
any conversation
No,
about
it wasn't.
They
summer.
do
Your
do a
argument
lot of,
would be stronger.
they do, well, I'm
If
not,
if in fact we need fewer trucks in the summer.
I don't know that answer.
I'm ready to vote.
Second.
Anybody else? You can't second that. Any other comments? Making sure everybody gets a chance? Okay, so you are in favor of
Article 9.
Article 9, buying a 10-wheel dump truck, recommending that, sorry. Raise your hand.
Wow.
What did I do?
All those opposed to recommending,
Yeah.
Wow.
That, yeah.
power. All right, that motion failed. I will make a motion to not recommend Article 9, a 10-wheel dump truck. All those in favor of not
Oh,
recommending?
second.
Nope, thank you. All those in favor of not recommending? You're gonna change your vote?
Well,
That's 800. Motion carries.
Bury the dump truck.
Did we go too fast? Do you have a comment?
no, I just thought that, would be more a split vote, but
No,
Oh.
we all kind of feel the same way, apparently.
I don't know.
It's a big cost.
Should we do the cruiser,
Yeah.
which should be
Did you vote
fairly easy?
not to recommend, right? We
Yeah.
I
counted-
did vote
it was 8-0,
not to
yeah.
recommend that, yeah.
Yeah.
And
I
it doesn't
feel
mean
like-
that next year I
I
wouldn't
feel like
wouldn't
taking a year
recommend
off
it,
from
but
that.
in this, what really hangs like a black cloud is this year, with how much, where can we make a cut? Where can we live with a cut? And this is a meaty cut. It's a
Yeah.
big, it's a
Yeah.
big
Makes
amount.
sense.
I mean, it's not like saying no to the parks direct,
No, and no to road reconstruction, which went up.
Well, it could be either, one or the other.
Right.
You want to need a plow truck more, and I know when I asked Jason which one, it was like, well, they're 1A and 1B.
Yeah, right.
But, I don't know. I just think you gotta say no somewhere, even if it's a pause for a year,
Right.
as long as it doesn't turn into 6 years.
Let's get the police cruiser out of the way before
On
we
a
go.
$400,000 house, I think we just saved the taxpayer $112.
Yay!
I have $85, but,
I'll take it.
I mean, it's up there. 21 cents into the,
28, I thought.
no, 28 was road reconstruction.
21.
Yeah, that's $112.30, the road reconstruction. Yeah, this is 85.72.
84, yeah.
Okay.
The 3 minutes.
I think in years past, there was some offset to the cost, right? This is a full cost.
Correct.
Didn't we
Yeah.
have an offset?
Yeah, there was some left, you know, when they buy a truck or whatever, and then they don't spend as much as what the warrant article
Right.
said, it builds up and they have a little something there.
We
they
had
can use.
something last year that we got as a grant or something that we put towards the
No,
truck.
they didn't get a grant last year, I don't think.
Tried,
Tried, but
Tried.
did
Yeah,
not,
didn't come through.
unsuccessful.
Volkswagen grant.
Last year, it was 200,000 last year, not, instead of 280. I think there was a
Money came out of a fund.
little bit that came out of a fund, yeah. I think it was 230 was the cost. They keep going up every year, but,
And it's $19,000 left in the fund this year.
Yep, 79,000 from the unassigned fund balance last year.
okay. Do we want to keep going, or we want to
Yeah.
stop? One more?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not that late, and we have a lot to cover.
Yep, well, this'll get us about halfway, like Naomi said.
Vote on it. One more.
All right, I'll make a motion that the committee recommend Article 10, a new police cruiser, for a cost of $63,276.
Second,
Discussion.
Can somebody tell us how this fits into the rotation? Because we just had a vehicle that was totaled
yep.
and replaced, and the selectmen used a whole variety of sources to do that. Where does this fit into the rotation?
This was going to replace, if I'm, and people have been right with the town, right on it. I may be wrong, but I think it was, when the chief gave his briefing, it's to replace one of the Chargers that has a transmission problem. That's used for detail work, and if this doesn't pass, then they're gonna have to replace the transmission in the Charger to the
So
tune.
this is for a frontline,
Yes,
Tahoe.
this is one of the 5 vehicles?
Correct.
Yes.
Not the chief's car,
No,
nothing like that?
no.
no,
And is there some reason why this shouldn't be replaced? In other words, why we should continue with 4 Tahoes and 1 Charger and spread things out longer? Is there,
The Chargers are eating money up like nobody's business. When this originally was done 7, 8 years ago, we had a line of succession. And you were on the committee at that time, and it went fine for the first 2 years, then it derailed for 2 years, and we got way out of sync. And with these Chargers, we are paying through the nose.
well, I understand that, but the point is, this is the time to replace that vehicle. Forget about whether it's a Charger or a Tahoe.
Yeah,
It has to be replaced.
they're only gonna get more expensive.
This is,
Well, or we're gonna put money into an older vehicle.
we need 5 vehicles.
Yes.
This is one of the 5.
Yes.
It's time to replace this one. Next year, we're gonna have the same thing because it'll replace one that's 5 years old. Is that right? So every year, we're buying a new car.
Yeah,
That's
the
the
chief
way
said
the
there will not be
rotation
a gap in his plan
Right,
if this gets purchased.
got it.
Even though a new car was just acquired to replace the one that had an accident.
Right.
This is a normal cycle replacement, but
Right.
the one that they just acquired would not create a gap in the plan. We would just keep going year after year, 5 rotation.
Okay.
I will play devil's advocate, just for grins, not grins, but just for drill.
Drones, maybe?
Drill, just for drill, just for animal crackers.
It's a couple of,
Okay, my question would be, they had a car that was out of service and totaled due to an accident.
Yeah, the
Okay.
new one.
Yeah, so they've been living without that car for a certain period of time. And they don't use one of the Chargers, the one that's being replaced by this, except for detail work, like with the pole replacements and stuff. Have we not been able to conduct patrols with 2 cars down?
We have been able to,
Okay.
but you're,
Okay, and now they're getting,
Wait a second,
What-
did
what-
we use the police chief's car?
yes.
They use the police chief's car
Okay.
for certain.
okay. And again, I'm playing devil's advocate, and I'm saying, we were able to get by, and this is, and with the amount of spending this year, where we're trying to save money, we don't, there is some support funding for this. It was gonna be more, except it got pulled out and put towards the one that got
Right.
crashed.
Right, there was extra cost,
And-
16,000.
I'm not saying it's the right answer, but I'm saying, is it possible to get by with what we've got, since we were living one short of what we have, because that one that got in an accident is coming back in?
Right.
And is this a year when we want to save again and wait till next year? Have a blip on the screen like with the plow truck, and
Look, if you're talking, basically, we've got 4 cars at work now,
Yes,
plus the chief's car.
yes.
If you're saying we should only have 4 cars on a permanent basis, you got a good case. But you're not saying that. You're saying we need.
I might be thinking it, but
Okay,
I'm not saying it.
You're saying that we have a rotation of 5 cars, and you want to break that rotation for 1 year. Because for that 1 year, we can use the chief's car.
Well, we've been using the chief's car, we're gonna use the chief's car when the other car gets repaired and brought back in?
Yeah, but normally you're,
No, that's.
No, well, if the transmission gets repaired,
Yeah, that too.
I would think he wouldn't have to.
Yeah, you're gonna spend money on that. Yeah, and you're gonna wanna replace that car. I know, that's very inefficient for,
Right.
yeah, she's ready to attack me here.
no, I'm not attacking you. First off, the chief is happy to use his cars for details. Normally, you don't use your command center car to always be a frontline car because it's a command center car, and when you have an issue, that is the car, just like in fire or anything else, that
Yep.
has to have everything that
Yep.
drives the bus. So if we wipe that thing off the planet, we're really screwed if something goes wrong.
Right, if we
But-
have a multi-layer emergency, he
Yes.
needs to have the outer and the
But
inner.
number 2 is, when we designed this plan for these cruisers, it was not 5 cars, it was 7. So when you, and go back and check your paperwork,
Well,
it
why do we
was
need 7 cars? We only have how many officers?
just
How many
saying
guys are out on patrol at the same
The
time?
original, actually, we've been running 4 or 5.
At the same
If you
time?
actually go out and look, you usually have 4 cruisers out.
I don't know if it's
Well,
five.
are they all on patrol at the same time, or one of them
I
making?
passed 2 on my way
I
here.
think it's more like
Yeah.
3, 4, but
Yeah, well,
But you need to go back to what our original plan is, and either you're going with a plan of 5 or a plan of 7, but that's something you need to discuss when you're doing budget with the chief. Right now, the plan is 7, and it's been that way for, 7, 8 years?
The plan is 5
thought it was-
frontline cars that get rotated each year. That's the current plan.
Right.
5 frontline cars that
Plus the
get, are
chief's
used
car.
by officers, not the chief, get rotated each year. The chief has his own car, which is on a separate rotation schedule. I don't know about the 6th, the 7th car.
Yeah, but there were originally 7, so
But-
my question is, number 1, I don't know which rotation we're running on nowadays. You know, how many we're running. You're running with 5, according to Naomi.
Right.
And I don't know whether,
Bill's argument doesn't carry any weight if we're running, if we're doing a 5 rotation.
right,
This is not, this is unlike the trucks where you have 10 or 12 trucks and waiting a year, and we don't have as definitive a rotation because the truck's life is substantially longer than a police vehicle's.
it is.
A frontline police car. I'm loath to break the rotation. We started this, if you can persuade the chief.
No, I'm
to
not,
do it on-
I'm not gonna try. No, I just bringing it up for discussion. Because I said next year, like you have offsetting funds this year. You would have had more, except we got one in a wreck and it had to be replaced. And I'm saying maybe by the time next year rolls around, we'll have more in that fund to offset the cost, and if we're able to get by for a year. And that's all I'm saying.
I loved his presentation where he was talking about where the money was coming from, but he didn't say Everett, he just said the dam fund. And I'm sitting here going, what is
The only argument, I understand, Bill,
Yeah.
we've talked about this,
Yeah,
but you take one out of the rotation, you're gonna add that many more miles to the 4 that you got instead of the 5.
We're gonna be
And then what do you do to warranty, what do you do to everything else?
Yep, fair enough.
So,
Yep.
I think a fair argument, I mean, we've always had 5, we rotate 5. If you rotate 5 to 4, you get a ton more miles, you get a lot more things, your warranty's gonna go faster and things like that.
Yeah, if
so.
you do what I wanna do and then you have another accident, then you're in trouble.
We're in the soup.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that wasn't,
We'll buy
yeah,
Bill-
I mean,
borrow
and that
Bill's
was
car.
replaced fairly quickly, though. We
Yeah.
weren't out a lot,
Yeah.
but we were down. But we reacted fairly quickly, and we were able to get the car.
Yeah.
They had, some other town ordered one, couldn't pay for it, so it worked out for our advantage. We wouldn't have another car if that didn't work.
Yeah.
But I think truly, Lori and I had this conversation before, was the cost of a car.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah.
But if you're gonna go from 5 to 4 and then depend on that, picking up the extra 100,000 miles, it's a lot.
Yep.
You'll get to the warranty quicker. And the
Okay.
plan's always been 5. It went from 7 to 5.
Yep.
A long time ago, and 5's always been frontline.
Is the devil considering withdrawing his application?
Well, you see what
There's wear and tear on the police, on the chief's car too, that doesn't last as long if it's being used in line for patrols and things.
So quick note, it is top line priority for the chief, for his priority list. One concern that I do have is we don't have capital funds to cover this type of purchase, where we definitely, you could make argument that the fire truck isn't as vital as a police cruiser, but when are we gonna have the funds
unless
available?
unless your house is burning down.
Fair enough, fair enough. One of the 4. When are we gonna have funds in the police capital to cover these type of expenses instead of having a tax
It's-
increase?
It's in the article, they've got them from
Yeah.
the dam fund.
Right, but,
But they also have the special detail and
Yep.
the pursuit, so they have things, but they don't have a capital reserve
Yeah, the
fund
pursuit
or a
is the
special
car.
fund.
There's no pursuit fund.
but there's not,
vehicle.
they don't collect any kind of funds over the years to
No,
kind of
that's-
save that
They-
up or anything?
They do collect money. They collect money when there's a special police detail. Part of the
Right.
rate is to cover the cost of the vehicle that was used in that activity.
Okay.
They do something with the Everett Dam and patrolling and so forth, and they get money for that. That goes into a separate fund. Those funds are relatively small compared to the cost of a car, but they are available to help pay for
Right.
that, which is
Yeah.
why this is
So
being
You won't
every year, we're
accumulate-
gonna have a tax increase for a police cruiser?
Yeah, but you're always gonna have the dam fund and you're always gonna have the
Right, which
special
are
vehicle
small
thing.
compared to what we're raising in
But
taxes.
it's still what they have. They're not a department that generates money.
Right.
They just, that's not their function. They don't
So-
charge. I mean, if they charge for police calls like we do for ambulance calls, that might work, but they don't seem inclined to do that.
I mean, the police chief wants to put it in the operating budget.
Okay.
That's his mentality
It's
about it.
bad.
If you remember last year on the floor at deliberative session, there was a motion to take the balance out of the undesignated fund balance to make the tax impact 0, which is
Correct.
what I was,
Okay.
they took out the $46,690 ended up coming from the undesignated fund balance. So the tax impact was 0, so.
No, the tax impact is
5.
$46,000. Let's be real.
Just saying, you might get another one.
But there's a
An
good
amend-
argument to be made
an
for
amendment.
having this in the operating
I
budget.
don't know, I can't control.
I'm saying there's a good argument to be made for that. It's a large purchase, but it's
Then
every
you're
year
gonna
you gotta
put
buy
the
one.
trucks in for highway, and the next thing you know, you're gonna have a fleet of everything in there, and that's bad news bears.
Fair enough.
Well, especially if the budget gets voted down, right?
Yeah, or if it
Yeah, then you don't
gets
get any- you
voted
don't
up,
get
they
any
can
of
get carried away with
Put 'em all
wanting
in
to
there.
buy new stuff all the time, so, no.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it in the proposed budget.
Are we ready to vote on this?
Hope
I
so.
think so.
Are we? Okay, did I make a motion on this? Losing,
No.
losing track. Okay, I'll make a motion that, for the committee to recommend Article 10, police cruiser.
Second,
All those in favor of recommending that we purchase a police cruiser, say, raise your hand. That go all the way?
Unfortunately.
8-0?
Yep.
Okay. Anybody else want to do anything else? or
I'd
are
like
we
to
ready
get the one on this
11.
page
That
done.
should
Let's
be
get 11 out of here, and then we're
11
done.
is, do we even need a comment?
That was the
CPR?
battle cry for 10, I wanted to say, also say that.
One more.
Keep going, one more.
Oh, establish a revolving fund. Okay,
No tax impact.
one more. No tax impact. Well, yeah, right. The fund would be, well, the funds would go in from providing training. The fire department would provide training for a fee. The funds would go in there. It's not well, they're not really doing it now. So if they were to raise funds from training, where would that money go if there was no fund? Right into the general?
It's setting up a revolving fund, which means the
Yeah, I
selectmen
don't-
can
the
expend it.
program hasn't started yet, and I don't think they're gonna start it unless it's a go.
Okay,
And the idea was to borrow the supplies to get started. It requires mannequins and some other things.
And then it would just maintain
But
itself.
Apparently, the cost of this is covered by fees that people pay to participate in the
Correct.
I
program.
think the
Right.
class-
Those fees go into the special fund, which is used to pay for the mannequins and so forth.
So it should go round and round and be a wash.
Right. But
But
let's see what happens. It may be that the fees they charge create an ongoing balance in the fund.
you would hate to see that there's a surplus all of a sudden and then wonder what's going on with it.
There was discussion that people are paying in town for CPR or other type
Yeah.
of trainings a much higher wage.
Right.
So if they're providing that service instead of charging other, so technically, we could have operating, very minuscule,
Yeah.
overall, but, we could be helping other departments
Yeah.
to lower their budget and have better
You could
education.
have a business, have all their employees show up for a day for CPR.
there's no existing funds that are getting diverted here. It's a non-existent program, and the new funds would go into this, the new fees would go into this fund. Okay. Motion for the committee to recommend Article 11, establishing a revolving fund for fire and CPR. Motion's made.
Second,
Okay. Any other discussion? Hearing
making
none?
a face.
All
Because it's 10:15 and we keep saying one more.
all those in favor?
We might do one more with that face.
In favor, and then we're just adding on to the time now. Of recommending Article 11, raise your hand. That everybody?
that, 3 for 3.
It cost me nothing.
This is like Vegas, Carrie. Do you want to do one?
Should we go for another? We're on a roll here, folks.
Let's leave some for next week.
All right.
No, that's it for now.
Do we wanna do the minutes though, or?
No, not everybody's here, so why don't we
Okay.
do them next time, so. All right, so just real quick, we're gonna meet next Tuesday and Wednesday, 28th and 29th. Wednesday will be reserved mostly for approving and editing language.
Yep.
28th Tuesday will be for finishing the town and revoting on any issues that we want to open up. Okay?
Yeah,
I'll
those
s-
four votes, really, if we can come to a
Yeah,
consensus
I
would be.
I hate when we have even number of people. Okay, motion to adjourn?
Motion second.
Okay.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, everybody.
We've done pretty well tonight.
Yeah, I thought we got through a decent amount.
It
Half the
helped
town.
once you got the cookies out.